If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know.
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My tail light was cracked and John was pulverized.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
Good morning, everybody. That intro was made while I was in the hospital by the talented Kate Peters, so I figured I'd go with it for something different. Good morning and welcome to our coverage of the Brian Walshe trial. This is day 5. Yesterday was an interesting day. You can find this on my channel here, Yellow Cottage Tales, but also on Breaking the Case with Jen Coffindaffer, and Jen will be here in a second with us, and also with It's a Crime. You can search on YouTube either under It's a Crime with Margaret McLean or It's a Crime Media. Either way, it'll come up. And Jen is ready, so I will bring her in. Jen has been traveling from Washington. She may be on her transit back. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. Sound a little nasally, but it's just a morning thing.
Ah, well, I didn't even notice. You coughed yourself up.
And actually, if people can give me some feedback as the day goes by, I took the effort to bring down my main mic and to see if it makes any difference with the voice. This mic costs more than the other mic that I had. I've had people like this mic, and they've messaged me periodically, other podcasts, to say, what mic do you use? And this is a Shure mic, and it was pretty expensive, but I think well worth it. So, Jen, did you have time to get caught up yesterday? I know you were taking classes and doing other things at the trial.
I did get caught up to a degree, not the degree I need to. Obviously, I love how this judge runs her courtroom. It's efficient. It's, it's just so well run. So there's so much information. And then obviously the reading of a lot of things, and, it's a lot. It's a lot to listen to, as you well know.
Yeah. I am resending the link to this to Margaret. So bear with me 1 second. I think it's because I sent you guys the link a week ago, so it got further down your email list.
That's what happened, and I refound it this morning, thankfully. I'm actually checking to make sure it's going through to the Twitter audience. Got kind of a weird signal on here, so I'm double checking now on my computer.
Yeah, a lot of people do watch it on Twitter. They're the ones that don't generally comment as much, but they do watch it on Twitter.
Yeah, that's definitely, my main path of communication in the true crime world. So I'm so glad to be able to give it to that audience, because that's obviously by far my biggest audience.
It's so hard to tell the numbers with that. It looks like a much larger audience for me too, but the way it works on that, when somebody comes in to view and then they leave, that number remains. Whereas on YouTube, if you're at 100 viewers and one person leaves, it does go to 99. So
Yes, that's true. On the YouTube, obviously there's been just very little chat on my platform, which is fine. It's, I think, mostly on your platform and maybe on Margaret's platform. But of course, I've been frustrated because I haven't been, or not frustrated, but because I well knew this was going to be a horrible week for me. But next week will be better.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we can all stream together, but we can't put it on one platform that everybody can comment from whatever channel they're watching. That's unfortunate. Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning. Nice to see everybody.
Hi, good morning, Margaret. Yeah, it is disappointing. If we could do that and just bring all our audiences together, because, they enjoy I think the bigger chat opportunities, right? They love that interaction and everything. I know I like to get on chat. Kind of fun to see what's going on.
Yeah, me too. We had a wonderful, at the end of the show was great with Judge Carol Erskine. Oh my God, it was great.
I listened to that while I was commuting last night, stuck in DC traffic for 2 hours.
Oh, that stinks.
When you were singing the praises of DC, you didn't tell us about the traffic.
Well, the traffic is horrendous. I only sing the praises of commuting via transportation that is called a subway. And it's really not a subway, it's their train system, and walking. But anything to do with traffic, it's just horrendous there. I barely made my flight. I was, doing the Hertz commercial. I had this huge tennis backpack on my back, my suitcase, and was sprinting. I could barely breathe. I got there right as they were closing the door, and they were kind enough to let me in.
Well, good thing you're in shape.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really not in shape for that, but I made it, so that's the good news.
Well, you're playing tennis today, right?
Playing. So Margaret will appreciate this because we're at a sectionals tournament to go to nationals. So we won our city tournament, and now we're hoping to go to nationals. It's a great team. We play today and tomorrow in the first rounds, and then the championship rounds are in the afternoon, Saturday, and the next day. So great team.
I've made it to sectionals as well, and I'm on a mixed doubles team, which we play on Friday nights. It's great, and we made it to we made it to sectionals, which was great. It was actually on Cape Cod, which was easy for me. It was, we had all sorts of New England states. I have not made it to nationals yet. I can't wait. I've got to do that at some point.
I tell you,
it's fun.
So I've only made it to nationals once, and it was in 2024. And they go through the statistics, and 1% of all USTA tennis players ever make it to nationals. That's how ridiculously hard it is to get there. So,
you know what? Yes, I'm sure you're right. However, in my area, we have some coaches that are great, and they put these teams together and they calculate it all out. So I have a lot of friends who've made it to nationals, actually. It depends on who, the types of teams that the coaches put together. So,
Are you guys also doing the pickleball craze?
I love pickleball, but unfortunately the pickleball place is a little further from my house. So I like it. Yeah. But I don't get there as much. What about you?
I am refusing to do pickleball until I'm 80.
Oh, stop it.
I had a feeling you would say something like that.
This is the thing. While I can still run around and it looks really cool, but I feel like you're literally standing on a ping pong table. I don't know anything really about the game other than I've watched it, but I can tell you there's many players on my team that are amazing at it and really love it. And my daughter plays it. Young people, everybody plays it. It's a craze. But just for me, while I can run around, I'm going to spend my time playing tennis until I can't, and then I'm going to revert to pickleball.
Yeah, but there's people that play tennis well into their 80s. The thing about pickleball is it's actually, if you play it correctly and you run to the net and all that, it's a good workout. It's not like you think. It's actually fun, Jen. It really, really is. And it's not going to interfere with your tennis. It's actually will make it better.
Yeah, some people say that. I've heard mixed reviews. Some people say really helps your net game in your hands, and then other people say, "Oh my God, don't do it because the ball is so light and little." And I played squash before, and it really hurt my tennis game. When I was in the Virgin Islands, everybody played squash.
Yeah.
And so the ball, I think, is very similar to that ball, and it just really wasn't a good look for my strokes personally. And my strokes aren't good anyway because I'm self-taught in my 40s when I picked up tennis. So I'm not a juniors tennis player. I'm one of those players that just tries to rely on, speed and athleticism, and I have very little skill. So
I bet you're good though.
I probably should steer things back.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I do want to ask
Sorry
Margaret
about
a question though on pickleball, because I haven't played pickleball, but I've seen it on TV.
I can't hear you.
You're sure Mike
Sorry,
disconnected.
I'm sorry. It's the mic. This is a new mic, so it's got a different mute button on it. So thank you. Sorry about that. So yeah, I was saying I should steer things back towards the comments, the topic at hand. But before I do, I had a
Yes.
question for Margaret on pickleball. Can you rush the net? Can you play the net? Are you allowed to go up to the net, or do you have to stay within your box?
Oh no, you really do want to. You got to stay out of this little area close to the net that's called the kitchen, unless the ball bounces in the kitchen. But you want to be as close to the net without getting into the kitchen as possible, because it's a game where if you're back, they'll come to the net and destroy you. So
Right.
it's good for a
Well,
net.
obviously, from what I remember from tennis, there's that area in the middle that was no man's land that you don't want to
Absolutely.
get stuck.
Yes.
You don't want to get stuck in. But my strength as someone who's very tall and has long arms was always in tennis. I love to be at the net, and and try to knock those balls down. And I wondered if you could do that in pickleball.
That's where it wouldn't be really fair. So no, you can't. You can't get like right on top of the net, and yeah. So that's why you have to stay out of the kitchen, because.
Okay.
But if somebody pops one up, you can slam it right down. It's kind of fun. I like
That's
it.
the fun part. Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. All right. And thank you everybody in chat. Valeska mentioned that my mic was going out. I appreciate it. And it probably will happen again until I get used to this mic again. But I wanted to switch it up because it's a better mic. So let's just see if anybody else has any questions in chat about yesterday. Yesterday's was kind of momentous. So we still have not explained, but Maui Swift was on this for us in terms of getting us updates on it. So indeed, on December 25th, so 5 days before Anna disappeared, Brian was strangely making a search. What was the search? Was Anna Walshe found dead. And there was another one, a search about a Washington, D.C. plane crash.
God.
Was he having fantasies at that? Is that how was that coming out? Because she was, and Maui told us that she was en route at that point. Her flight had been canceled, so she was driving to be home on Christmas. So she was driving from Washington to Boston. So she was not with Brian when he made those searches. So she couldn't have been looking at his screen. So I don't even understand the purpose of that search. But it's very strange.
I think she was just trying to see what would come up. I think that's it. Kind of what I wonder what comes up when I type this in now, as opposed to when I type it in later. Of course, I don't know that he ever searched that term later. I don't remember that from my memory of I know on Twitter I put kind of the standout searches and ranked them in order. But it's like, why did you do them at a time sequence? And I said, well, I did them, I thought, to show the worst searches that were against his interest in that order. Like the top 10, Drumwall, number 1.
And unlike the other searches, that one was done on his phone, right?
Right. Not the son's pad or whatever.
Right, just very strange.
It is strange. So he wasn't thinking ahead of time. It wasn't exactly, if he was planning a crime, like consciously planning it, he would have taken it off. He would have used another phone. We actually already have ceiling fan. That takes the pressure off. Let me bring us into the court TV feed.
Oh, good.
They're on early.
Well, I could see.
Won a trial today.
I could really see if you were planning on committing a murder, that you might want to Google the before and after, just to see if, for instance, are there any other Anna Walshes? I mean, it's shocking, even names.
Why use your phone? Why use your own phone? He was smart enough later on to use his kid's phone. Not that that's that smart, but at least it showed he was thinking. But it does show that he was thinking. At some point, investigators are going to be looking at my phone. So you're right. I wasn't that smart, but at least he was thinking that.
Well, that was after the fact, though.
Right.
So then he knew he did something bad, but at this point, he hadn't done anything except for possibly, if they prove it, thought about it. So I don't know. I think I would do something like that just to see, are there any other Anna Walshes dead, and what would come up. Has anybody, the problem is now when we Google it, it's all Anna Walsh. You know, we can't see any other Anna Walshes. I should look into that. I'll do that one at the tournament.
Maui has, if you guys can glance at chat, Maui has some updates for us. I
No,
think
let's
Maui
see.
might have gone back and rewatched this, but he also searched her BF, meaning boyfriend, on December 25th.
Maui, you've
that's
been
interesting.
great. Thank you.
And he used an iPhone 13 mini Safari searches.
Okay.
So I don't know. It's still, I'm curious to see what people in chat see and why he made that search. For me, it's almost like he's having a fantasy. He's starting this thing is starting to germinate inside his mind because he's angry. And that makes sense if he was making a search about the boyfriend on Christmas. And here she is. She's not home on Christmas, leaving him stuck with the kids, or, you know, however he was viewing it in his mind. And it's very strange. I'd never heard of anything like it in another case.
I'm going to look that up because I don't know. I could just see, I don't know. It makes some sense to my warped mind, I guess, that you would want to see what would come up when you did that search before and after.
I mean, what are the chances that something else would come up? You know,
I think it's big. It's shocking how many people have the same name. It really is.
Walsh is a common name.
Very common.
Very common. I mean, it might be with two N's, but still, I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think out of curiosity, maybe he did it.
Maui, what do you think? What do you think? You've been thinking about this closely. What do you think is the reason that he made those searches or that search? And a lot of people are focusing on the ceiling. What do we know about the hole in the ceiling? Do you guys have any, Jen, do you have any theories on that, or Margaret?
Go ahead, Jen.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Oh, okay. So one thing that maybe I'd like to ask chat about, because what do you guys remember the date from? Remember Brian Walsh yesterday? There was a witness on the stand where Brian called about getting that repaired, I guess, right? What date was that? Do you guys know when he did that?
It was after. It was actually after she was missing.
So I mean, it just seems so odd that there would be a big hole in the ceiling there. That's significant, unless he wanted to hide the body there at some point. He thought about it and then decided against it because the body would smell.
So we don't know when the hole was made.
How big was the hole?
It looked pretty
big enough to hide body pieces.
January 3rd. Thank you very much. January 3rd. So you wonder if he, because that's around the time that he was Googling how long does, you know, all about the body smelling and everything. It was enough to put parts of a body up there, but then he must have decided that's not a good way to get rid of a body. I mean, that would be my guess, because if you're in a fight, you wouldn't really put a hole in the ceiling, right? It just doesn't make sense.
And it would take, I know, I mean, let's play it out. It's not necessarily a bad way if you were good with your hands and you could fix that yourself and make it look so that it wasn't freshly repaired. But if you're going to be having the police in your home searching for your missing wife, and that's going to look newly repaired, it probably is not a good way to do it.
Yeah, I think he would. Yeah, it's something maybe he decided against. That's what I'm thinking. And I mean, and a cadaver dog would pick up on that as well.
I like how you're thinking. No, I really do. The biggest problem with murdering somebody is, what in the hell are you going to do with the body afterwards?
I know.
That's the biggest, especially with somebody who isn't a seasoned murderer. You know, in other words, one of these spouses or somebody else who commits murder for the first and likely the last time, because it's a crime of passion and anger and hate for a very specific person. So they're not, they're not experts how to hide a
So,
body.
Jen, are you saying that you agree with the idea that he was at one point putting the body parts up there?
It makes a lot of sense to me, yes, that he would think about hiding it at that house. Because I was listening, not watching, I do not know the size of that hole, but that makes a lot of sense to me
I'll
that
see if
he
I
could
can
have
get a picture.
thought to do that because um, a lot of people do that. You know, there's a case that I'm covering in California for a local network with them, and you know, there's a guy, he's in jail right now pending another murder, and they are excavating bones from his house all day yesterday, the FBI and every other law enforcement agency you can think of. And you know, there's some speculation that it's like a Gacy type case where there's more than one set of bones.
Mm.
But people love to hide bones. I mean,
But
historically, in the
that's when someone doesn't know that the person is missing. So if you, in this case here, is it possible that he thought he would have weeks, or I mean, because reasonably, his wife was a professional person. She was going to be missing. She was a mother. She did a lot of activities. There was going to be a search for her. So did he really have time to hide a body? Like Gacy he knew there was no one searching for those kids. They were wayward kids and stuff, and no one had connected those kids to being at his house. So
well,
it was different.
I get what your point is, but nevertheless, people who murder don't know what to do with the body, and it makes a lot of
Right.
sense to them to keep them at their homes, put them in the freezers, bury them. I agree with you that he came to his senses and said, "There's no way I can hide a body
Right.
here because the smell."
Well,
You know,
a
it
serial killer
just takes
wants
too
the
long.
body close for different reasons, and there's no evidence that Brian Walsh was a serial killer that fantasized about killing.
Oh,
You know,
you're right.
So it's baffling to me. I'm not. It sounds like I'm just being difficult, being against every argument. It's because
No,
I
you're
can't
not.
really.
No.
Nothing makes sense to me.
You know what
Oh,
doesn't make sense to me? So I live in the area, as you know, and there's a lot of bodies of water. So there's a big pond right nearby. There's also the ocean, and there's, in particular, there's a like the Gulf River, okay, which is literally within a couple miles of his house, right? You can actually there's a bridge with a big current, especially if the tide's going out. It's a big current. So I mean, that would be a great place to drop a body, especially in January, and then it would go out into the open ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. And it's real. I'm surprised that he didn't do
Right.
that, especially with the ocean.
That would be a
right around
more.
the corner.
Yeah.
well, and just to clarify what I was saying, Kevin, and then to also add to your point, Margaret, that you just made, not comparing Brian Walsh to Gacy, saying the California case resembles that, possibly.
Right.
Okay, but secondarily saying that people that murder keep their bodies close because they don't want them discovered oftentimes. And I'm not just talking about serial killers. In fact, I'm not talking about serial killers. I'm more talking about people who have no experience killing. Often, though,
Right.
you're right, they put them in water, but there's a big problem with water. You know, water, if it's cold, is going to maintain that body. You know, it's
Yeah,
not going to
bodies float
decompose
and-
very fast. And the other thing, currents, he didn't seem to explore that issue, right?
No.
The
Right.
issue of how often do our bodies found in water, but we all know that they're often found because they don't go out to sea like you think they're going to.
No,
They
right,
sink
but
to the bottom and it's cold and their body is maintained. And what if they're seen? I mean, to me, the reason he dismembered was to hide it into trash bags, which looks a little bit more normal than, carrying an elongated 5'6" body out.
But you know what
Well-
you could do? Like, again, this is my writer's mind, my fictional writer's mind. This is awful. Like, believe me, I'm not looking to kill anybody. But you know what you could, so bad. You know what you could do is, instead of dismembering the body, okay, don't do that, right? Toss her off the bridge that I'm talking about, and then the issue would become, did she commit suicide? If they
Right.
found
Great.
out.
So you're
And there's no
you're
cameras there.
staging it as opposed to trying to hide it.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this challenging question too. We're all trying to put ourselves into Brian Walsh's shoes, And the problem with that is he's a psychopath. We can see that from his behavior, right? So from your studies of psychopaths, both of you, I guess we'll go to Jen first. I think professionally she may have studied it. What would a psychopath do in this situation? A psychopath might do things a little bit differently.
Well, I want to say, first of all, I'm always hesitant at, being not being my expertise in terms of diagnosing somebody as a narcissist. I'm always very careful to use those words, or as a psychopath, or all of that. So with that caveat in place, obviously there are behaviors that we saw and see and studied throughout the FBI and saw within our own realm of criminals that we investigated. And if I've learned anything, it's that you can't really get into their minds. In other words, we always are trying to make, and it's interesting, at my conference, one of the first ever with John Douglas, Greg McCrary, those were the first two ever behavioral profilers.
Yeah.
They are amazing. And
have you had John on your show?
No, but I've had Greg. I've had Greg twice. McCrary, he's one of my mentors with everything I do. I mean, I call him. He's coming on the show again. So I'm so excited. I saw him.
Awesome. Let
yesterday.
us know when. We'll definitely promote that, and I want to see it. So
well, and also having on Cameron Malin, who is the leading. He's actually on his way to London right now to teach a huge class. He's a forensic digital person. He created the FBI's behavioral analysis unit, use of forensically analyzing information to detail behaviors in people. And I'm butchering how I'm saying this, but can you imagine? In other words, he's a profiler, so to speak. They like to say profilers, behavioral analyst, but he uses the digital footprint to analyze and predict behavior. He is one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. Just amazing. But he's coming on February.
I think
are we starting?
No, I think I interrupted the flow of your thought before, though. So I apologize.
Yeah.
If you could finish that, and then Margaret can go to her.
No, I want to hear what Jen was going to say.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So Greg was just talking about this 2 days ago, and we are all in agreement, all of us that were there. We always try to make sense of radical, murderous, psychotic behavior, and there's no making sense of it. And I think that's why we're always coming up on, well, why didn't he just throw him in the river? Why didn't he do this or that? So that was the end of my thought before I tangented. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I find your thoughts very interesting, especially we all know you're not trying to diagnose a psychopath, but I think you do have a lot of experience with studying the criminal mind. So that's why I really like to hear what you have to say about that psychopathic behavior.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you study it a lot. And then it's interesting because there's so many people who study it strictly from a book standpoint. From they never or very seldom interview the people. They're not law enforcement, but they study it academically. And I always find them very interesting too, to look at their thoughts. Like a Dr. Picotto, right? He's not was never in law enforcement, and you're never face to face with these people, interviewing them in the middle of their crimes. But you study them sort of afterwards and from an academic standpoint. And I think it takes both, right? The merging both, studying it and then being in the rooms with these people to be able to have a better idea of what they're thinking. But I think he was scattered. I think he didn't know what he was going to do. Premeditated. I think it was absolutely premeditated before he killed her, like Massachusetts law states. Doesn't have to be days before, but to think he really planned this out well, I just don't think he did. If he did, he would have made those visits to the store before he committed the crime, not after.
Well, that's a real good.
Margaret, let me just shape that question for you. If you could try that, and I know, and Jen is correct that none of us are psychologists, and even a psychologist, if it would not diagnose somebody unless they had, clinically treated the person. But just from the the perspective of our imagination, because we're trying to figure out what a person would do. What would a psychopath do? Like, what would be the possible reason a psychopath might make that search on December 25th for about his wife? We're probably running out of time, so I'm looking forward to your answer. Go ahead.
Well, you got to remember, she didn't spend Christmas Eve or Thanksgiving with the family. He might have been very upset about that, and maybe he was hoping he'd be like, my fantasy is that airplane crashes, and I don't know. It's just
I kind of agree with that.
search.
I kind of agree with that.
Like think of how angry you'd be if you maybe have an inkling or a thought that your wife, who I think
Right.
he did love her, was he had all. So, and remember, he's facing sentencing in federal court, and he's going to go to jail most likely. While she will continue her life, she's the breadwinner. She wants to take the kids to DC, and
Right.
then on top of add the fact that the time wasn't spent with the family, he might have been really stewing on Christmas Day, waiting for her to get there. And
See, I agree with that, and I want to just to build off it in that, yeah, a psychopath is not handicapped. To the rest of us, if you were mad at your wife or mad at somebody, and you were so mad that you started to have a fantasy about their death, the fact that we are not psychopaths, if we're normal, we have a normal brain, we would have enough empathy that would prevent us from fantasizing about something, allowing that anger to form a fantasy that's particularly disturbing, normally about killing, but or dismembering or something like that. But this guy, if he is a psychopath, and he does, to me, I feel, his reactions justify us saying that the way his behavior in court is, and even just the fact that he dismembered the body. Once he began getting very angry, he didn't have the normal braking system within his brain that a normal person would have that would prevent him from having those kind of crazy fantasies. So Jen is right from the perspective of we can never put ourselves in somebody else's mind, especially a killer. But I think it's fair for us to speculate that if he has a psychopathic brain, he just didn't have that braking system that would prevent him.
He's got a psychopathic smile too.
He totally does. He totally does.
But I'm saying what he did after shows me that just searching before, that's very minor. That's very minor, right? I mean, just searching about Anna Walsh's death compared to, as you mentioned, whatever.
It's minor, but it's a clue.
Call it. Hacking your wife and the mother of your children up with a hacksaw and a hatchet. That is at the pinnacle of being no empathy toward this person, lack of being able to feel, lack of caring about those results, right? So it's all the things that when you say somebody's a psychopath that they have to have in their mindset, he displayed that for us. And that's why, I think all of us say he's a psychopath. Look at what he did.
Right. Judge last night, Carol she seemed fascinated with the broken teeth aspect of it too.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've already talked about that. I don't remember if Jen has talked about it.
Yeah. What do you think about the broken teeth, Jen?
Oh, listen, I think this was a horrendous murder. Horrendous. I think this was way beyond just strangling somebody. Not that that's not bad enough. I think this was like sorry to draw this, parallel, but like a Kaylee Gonzalez. This was a reckoning on her face, a reckoning on her body. This was a reckoning for him. This was all the resentment and hate and anger that he felt all came to a head, and he took it out on her. And I think he busted those teeth out and annihilated that body, to be honest.
What room do you guys think that it happened in? Because the kids were on the second floor. The bedroom was on the second floor.
It had to be the basement.
Yeah, I don't think the murder took place in the basement, really.
Well, I don't know about the actual murder. I'm talking about
the dismemberment.
I mean the actual murder.
The actual murder.
Well, her teeth, though, being out, to me, would not be post-mortem. the teeth were
Right.
a part of the murder because there's
I
no
agree.
reason to take your teeth out. I think that was part of this angry
Well,
rage.
taking your teeth out will be different, as Margaret and I have talked about. That's what Whitey Bulger did, so that his victims could not be identified. But broken teeth is different than removing teeth.
Right,
And he Google searched about broken teeth.
right. Yeah,
Absolutely.
removing, sorry. Breaking.
Jen, will you be around at all during the day? I don't know if you're
I'm going to
traveling
be
still.
listening during the day, but not around as much to comment.
Okay.
Good
Margaret,
luck
will you be here
today.
most of the day?
Oh yeah, I'm here all day. Well, remember it's only a half day. I'll be here all
Yeah.
day.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything with the Honorable Justice.
That's
Diane
great. You
Fernandez-
guys are doing a great job. I'm listening in the background.
Awesome.
The
I love
judge
this
really
panel.
straightened us out on some things last night.
Oh gosh, she was great.
Or me, or at least me.
Thank you.
anyways.
Carol, if you're listening right now, you are awesome. I really appreciate it.
Hope you all had a nice night.
You might run into her in the studio sometime,
Yeah.
Margaret, because you guys are both talking for NBC 10. Maybe they'll have you on the same show at some point.
Oh, that would be so fun. I'll ask the producer.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Do you think there'll be any business to start the day before they go right to the witnesses?
Probably. There always is.
Comply with my order that you not access any social media.
That's why I'm leaving us in, just in case.
Yeah.
When was the deadline that she wanted the lawyers to give her an argument as to revealing what she's going to reveal to the jury about how he
plea?
pled? Yeah.
First again, thanks for your obedience.
Soon. I don't know the exact deadline, but I mean, I'm sure she wants it ASAP.
Jurors have answered yes to
Right.
all of the questions. You can come back on the stand.
Thank you,
I'm just wondering if we'll hear anything about it this morning. That's hopefully.
Yeah, I'd like to know what she's going to do on that.
Actually, we would have heard about it before the jury was brought in, though.
Oh, you're right. You're right. No. Thanks everybody for being on our channels.
All right, so we're going right to the state trooper. So I'm
Yeah.
going to
Okay,
pull this
we'll
out,
be
and
here.
we'll be around on the breaks.
Good morning, Trooper. You understand you're still under oath? Yes, Your Honor. Please be seated.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report I just handed to you?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that report before coming in here today?
Yes.
Is that a redacted version of what's been marked for identification I with some images blurred out?
Yes.
And so that would be a collection of text messages between the number identified for Brian Walsh and the number identified for Anna as far as contacts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are the last four digits of the Brian Walsh number?
The last four is 8646
And what are the last digits for Anna New?
7966.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, the redacted version of Anna.
Any objection?
No.
The Celebrite report between the interactions of the phone ending in 8646 to 7966 is now in evidence as Exhibit 169. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish 169?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as 169 on the screens, please? Trooper, directing your attention to the first text on the page, which phone number is, what are the last four digits of the phone number sending this text message?
8646.
What is the body of the text?
Hello.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next two texts? Trooper, which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Thomas asked if you were coming today.
And what was the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And then if you could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, thank you. Trooper, which number sent this next text in the chain?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I haven't heard from you at all.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:54 a.m.
Now, could you, Ms. Gilman, scroll down to the next text in that chain? Trooper, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 7966.
And what is the body of this text?
My flight got canceled driving up.
And what was the date and time it was read?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:57 p.m.
Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 51? Trooper, this top text on the page, which number is sending it?
Could you scroll up a little bit?
Yep. I guess you'd have to go all the way up to 50. Which number is sending this text, Trooper?
The number ending in 8646.
And if we could go back down to 51? What was the time in the bottom corner of this text after it says sent?
December 30th, 2022, 6:33 p.m.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next message in the chain? Thank you. Trooper, which phone is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello, Thomas found the phone playing on William's bed. William said he forgot it was there. Ha ha ha. Okay, call anytime.
What is the date and time? Now, this doesn't say delivered, correct? Or is there a time when it was delivered?
It does not say, sir.
What is the date and time in the bottom corner of the text?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:33 p.m.
And so, sir, if there's no delivered, what does that mean?
I don't believe it was ever delivered to the intended recipient.
But there's a date and time. Is that when the text was written?
In the bottom right,
Yes,
that's when it was sent.
that was when it was sent, because there's a status saying sent.
Correct.
Okay. Can we scroll down to the next text? Trooper, which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
Could you read the body of this?
Hello, where are you? Please call, text, or email. Exhausting day with the boys, and we had fun. Going to bed early. Big day tomorrow for everyone. I still love you. Ha ha ha.
And what is the date and time in the bottom?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:18 p.m.
And does this note if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we go to the next page, page 52? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello,
And what is the date and the time?
January 3rd, 2023 at 6:39 a.m.
Does this denote if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we have the next text? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time of this?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
And this has a status of sent?
Yes.
Could we have the next message? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I'm worried. Please call or email.
And what time was this sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
Could we go to page 53? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this?
Where are you? I just called and it went straight to voicemail. Calling you in Viber now.
And what is the date and time this message was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:30 a.m.
Can we have the next message, please? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
I will call after I drop the boys. If I don't hear from you this morning, I'm going to report you missing.
What is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023 at 8:32 a.m.
And going down to the next message, What number sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this message?
Hello, I texted your sister and Alyssa. I am calling Jeff if I don't hear from you. Where are you?
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:16 p.m.
Going down to page 54. Sir, which phone sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what does the body of it say?
Hello,
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:03 p.m.
And the next message, sir, which phone sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
Where are you? The boys and I are worried. I'm calling work tomorrow if I don't hear from you.
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:04 p.m.
Going down to the next message. What is the phone number that sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time that was sent?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:14 a.m.
And can we go to page 55 for the final message? Sir, what number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I am calling Jeff now.
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
For the messages on January 2nd through January 4th of 2023, does any of the messages denote that they were delivered?
It does not appear that.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, you testified to what you referred to as location data, correct?
Yes,
And the location data that was retrieved by apps, various apps that are contained on the devices.
yes,
And is it fair to say that with regards to apps being able to collect location data, that that service can be turned off in those devices?
if the user decides to.
Okay. And if the user decides to turn off the location tracking aspect of any app, then those app or that particular app just does not collect the location data, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge then, if someone knew how to turn off the location data for all the apps on any device that they were using to go from point A to point B, you wouldn't have that data that you told us about yesterday.
The phone collects quite a bit of data at all times.
I thought you just answered the second to last question. To the best of my knowledge, if you turned off the apps, the device would not collect location data.
Well, app-specific
Mhm.
location data. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up if you don't mind.
You're asking about app-specific
Okay.
location data, correct?
All right, yes.
Okay, yes.
So are you telling this jury that if someone turned off the location tracking aspect of an app, that you would still get location data from other sources?
There's a possibility, yes.
Possibility, all right. I want to focus your attention now to Exhibit 161. That is that's the Safari search history.
Okay, yes.
When you say okay, you mean yes?
Yes.
Is that what you mean? Okay. I don't want to confuse you. If I ask a question, just tell me, ask it again, and I'll.
Yes, sir.
That's the Safari search history of the Apple iPhone 13 mini. And it ran a date range of December 25th, 2022 to January 4th of 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And then that same exhibit and I think it was referred to yesterday, contains what was referred to as Chapter 2. You recall that? And the Chapter 2 is the Safari web history of the same device that runs from December 31st, 2022, from 9:28 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that even though the data would be collected and extracted from those two sources, the search history and the web history, that the web history would generally contain additional and more detailed information?
That's correct.
And who was it that decided then to limit the web history information included in Exhibit 161 to only 1 day for just a couple of minutes?
It was a decision by the prosecution team.
Okay. And so you told us yesterday that you work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
So, and you told us yesterday that you're an investigator, correct?
Yes.
And so as part of your role as an investigator with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, is it fair to say that you take direction from the district attorney that's prosecuting a particular case?
More collaboration. We bring the investigative piece and they bring the legal advice and piece to the case.
Do you ever then inform the district attorney, whoever it is that you're working with on a particular case, that, for instance, web history would have additional information that might help explain entries that were found in the search history?
I present the data that is extracted from the device.
So my question was, do you ever take the time to explain to the district attorney assigned to the case you're working on with them that the web history would contain additional information in addition to the search history?
Yes.
So in any event, with regards to Exhibit 161, you were instructed or advised to only include the web history for 1 day, December 31st, and only for a few minutes.
Well, that particular searches were on Apple Maps, which were contained on Safari history, search history.
Were you instructed not to include certain information in Exhibit 161 then?
We had the date range of December 25th, 2022 through to January 4th, 2023, sorry.
And what about the web history? Were you instructed only to limit the inclusion in Exhibit 161 to that 1 day, December 31st?
We only chose to do that specific, those specific searches from 9:28 to 9:31 a.m.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, and it's probably me. I can barely hear you.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. I might be going deaf.
that's fine.
Yours, are you able to hear?
And
Great.
apologize.
That's my concern. But you need to be able to hear him as well. I'm concerned about that,
I
Attorney
understand.
Timpson.
I
I
will
understand.
do my best.
Yesterday, you were asked, let me ask this. You would agree, wouldn't you, that in the search history included in Exhibit 161, that at page number 1, number 9, there are indications of a search involving Expedia and other flight-related searches?
Could you show me that, sir?
Sure. Do we have Exhibit 161?
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Or refer to you as trooper? Or do you have another title? I just don't want to misstate.
No, that's fine, sir. Yeah, that's
So Trooper Keith, I want to focus your attention now to page 1 and the entry number 9. Am I correct in saying that that references a search related to Expedia?
That's correct.
And that search occurred at 12:25:22 at 11:39 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And those searches related to Expedia, they continue through record number 20 at page 2. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes from Expedia to Check a Flight to Check a Flight JetBlue.
All right. So yesterday you told us and you testified to one entry having to do referring to JetBlue, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of searches in Exhibit 161, isn't there, that have to do with searches for Expedia and flight information?
Yes.
And once again, if you were to look at the Safari web history of the same device for this same information at the same time, you would find more information and put context into that search. Is that accurate?
Yes, there would be more information.
Okay. But as you sit here today, and based on what is and is not included in Exhibit 161, you can't give us more context to any of those searches regarding flight information, can you?
No.
Yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to turn to page 4. Yesterday, you were asked questions about an entry on page 4, record number 42. Am I saying that right when I refer to record number 42? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a search regarding what?
Number 42. Would you like to read the date, time, or just the search term, sir?
You can read it anything you want,
Okay.
yes, to make it complete.
Item 42. The search occurred on December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m. And the search was Xmas Day plane crash.
Okay. And those types of searches, and when I say those types, the subject matter that's contained in record number 42, it continues through record number 45 on page 4, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is timestamp 12/31/03 at record number 49.
Correct.
Now, yesterday you were also asked about a specific reference, and once again, page 4, record number 53. And that's the record that indicates Anna Walshe found dead, correct?
Correct.
And those searches continue through 12:45:58 on page 4, don't they?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that once again, if you had the web history for that particular search, that would give more context into what that particular search is that you just talked about at number 54, record number 53 at page 4. It would give you more information and more context, would it not?
It would. Yes.
You have no idea, do you, as you sit here today, what the user was thinking when he or she inputted that search that you just testified to, do you?
I do not. I know the content of it. I do not know the intent of it.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact, given the fact that you're an investigator, and I presume you conducted some investigation in this case on behalf of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, are you aware of the fact that Mrs. Anna Walshe, her flight was canceled on 12/25?
Yes.
And did you investigate the circumstances of that cancellation?
I personally did not.
Okay. So you're unaware of the snowstorm or anything like that that caused canceled flights?
I don't know the particulars around the.
All right. I want to focus your attention once again at Exhibit 161 to a number of searches that began at record number 445 at page 30.
Page 30, sir?
Page 30. And it's record number 445. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in looking at those entries starting at 445 and continuing through record number 495 on page 34, that they involve searches for what looks to be champagne or wine and varieties of champagnes and wines?
I mean, do you mind if I take a look?
I don't mind at all. No, sir.
Okay. 445 through
495.
495. Sir, yes, that appears wine and champagne
Okay.
through those searches.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you've carefully reviewed all these records, haven't you, before you testified here starting yesterday?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 62, beginning at record 924, and I'd ask you to just run through up to page 63, record number 943. Once again, a number of searches regarding champagne or wine or things like that.
Yes.
Okay, you agree with that, right?
Yes.
And we could continue to do this, but for instance, though all of those searches were being conducted on December 30th of 2022, weren't they?
The ones from line 924 through 943, yes, they were on December 30th, 2022.
And the searches between record 953 through 1016 on page 68. Do you have those in front of you?
What was the beginning item, sir?
Record number 953, page 64.
Okay.
Through record number 1016, page 68. Once again, those searches occurred on December 30th, correct?
I'm still looking, sir.
I'm sorry. You tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
And don't let me rush you.
Yes, those searches occurred December 30th, 2022, between approximately 7 p.m. to around 7:15 p.m.
Right, on December 30th, correct? Yes.
Correct.
And you're aware in your investigation of this case that Mrs. Anna Walsh had planned a New Year's Eve party to be conducted in the Cohasset home on New Year's Eve, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, or maybe you're not, but there are additional searches throughout this as you continue to go down these searches that, once again, someone is shopping for expensive champagne, someone's shopping for champagne or items like that, all in the same time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you were asked specifically by the government to testify to an entry number, record number 1069 at page 72. Can you find that? It's at 8:38 p.m. on 12/30/2022. Record number 1069 at page 72.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, and you were asked what that search was, and you stated to the jury, "I'm good." Correct?
Yes.
And you didn't give any other context to that, correct?
Correct.
As an investigator in this case, you are aware of the fact that there is a movie named I'm Good, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware of the fact that if you were to look at the search web history related to that search, that it would further explain and give context to that search and that I'm Good is a movie. Is that fair to say?
I would have to see the web history itself, sir.
Okay. So you would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that that search that you were asked specifically about yesterday, I'm Good, at record 1069 at 8:38, that search regarding a movie occurred in between all this shopping, all these searches going on, having to do with champagne and wine and everything else, correct?
This occurred after the ones you had me read prior. I would have to look if there are searches containing wine and champagne after, sir.
Well, let me focus your attention then, and that's a certainly fair and accurate response. Why don't you look at page 72, the same page, and record number 1078. Have you had a chance?
Yes, sir.
And once again, that's champagne-related searches.
Yes.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, Trooper, that when you were asked yesterday on direct examination and to specifically refer to that one search at number 1069, I'm Good, there's certainly nothing nefarious about someone conducting a search for a movie entitled I'm Good, correct?
Again, sir, I only know the context of this. I don't know the content or the content, I don't know the intent behind it.
You would agree that these records that you have in Exhibit 161, if you know, they have multiple searches related to movies and movie titles, correct?
I just know the I'm Good one that you referenced, sir.
Okay. Well, let me just briefly point you to record number 1128 at page 75, if you can go there.
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Starting there, if you could just start there, that looks like a reference to a movie or a movie clip, correct?
1128
Yes.
states tone MOV, TOE MOV.
Do you know what that refers to?
I do not.
Okay. Just now run through the searches and up to and including number 1147, page 77. Can you do that? And as you look through those, there are multiple references to movies and movie clips, if you know.
Yes, there is, sir.
And then finally, if you can look at record number 1148 on page 77, now we start some more champagne searches. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
So you're not, as you sit here today, you don't know who was actually searching for champagne and those related searches all during this day of December 30th.
I do not.
And you don't know who was searching for all those movies and things like that.
I do not.
And you wouldn't testify to the jury now that there's anything nefarious about someone conducting multiple searches for champagne or movie clips, is there?
Could you repeat that, sir?
There's nothing nefarious about someone searching for champagne or multiple movie clips during this period of time.
No.
And based on your investigation of the case, you did carefully look at each entry of the searches, correct?
Yes.
Now, once again, yesterday specifically, and you can turn to record number 1271, page 85, you were asked specifically yesterday by the government to look at that search. Can you look at that one again and tell us what it says?
Line 1271, dated January 2nd, 2023, 6:42 p.m. And the search states, "I'm good."
So you testified to that yesterday, and you gave no context to it, but once again, it's a reference to the same "I'm good" that we saw had been searched for back in December 30th, correct? While someone is conducting champagne searches, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, then, you can't tell the jury that there's anything suspicious about or nefarious, that's my word, about this search you were asked about yesterday that was conducted on January 2nd of 2023 at record number 1271.
No.
Trooper, I'd like you to look at record number 1170 at page 78 that occurred on December 30th at 11:16:34 p.m.
$11.70, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have that?
I do.
What does that search?
Search occurred on December 30th, 2022, 11:16 p.m., and it states Nightshade.
Okay. Now, you're an investigator assigned to the district attorney's office, and you work on this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that nightshade referring to?
Would you like me to explain the searches below? I believe it's related to what you're asking.
Absolutely, if that helps.
Yes. It says Nightshade Noodle Bar.
Mm-hmm. And those searches go through 75 through page 79 regarding Nightshade and Noodle Bar and things like that.
Yes.
So tell us, Trooper, what is Nightshade or Nightshade Noodle Bar? What is that?
It's a restaurant.
Okay, and where is that restaurant located?
I am not sure. I am not sure, sir.
You're not sure. If I told you it was located right on the town line, close to the town line of Marblehead, Massachusetts and Lynn, Massachusetts, would that sound accurate to you?
I would have to search it.
Okay, so you haven't searched it.
No.
In the context of this case, you have, as you sit here today, you have no idea of then the context of that search regarding Nightshade, do you?
It appears to be a restaurant, sir. That's
All right.
all I can say.
And are you aware of the fact that in your investigation of the case that Mr. Walsh actually made a reservation for a New Year's Day dinner at the Nightshade restaurant for himself and Miss Anna Walsh for New Year's Day?
I was not aware of that.
I would ask at this time to have For ideal. Sure.
Anybody want to show it to me? That'd be a good idea.
Okay, we get our first sidebar. Not sure if Margaret's going to be in the room. So again, anybody watching this, you can find us here on Yellow Cottage Tales, or also on Breaking the Case with Jen Coffenaffer, or Margaret's channel, It's a Crime. Look for It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. And I want to thank everybody in chat, because this is definitely, we are all better at this in terms of coming up with answers to things we might have missed, or coming up with even just with questions. We're all better collectively. So I appreciate all the opinions, that all the comments in chat. There are parts of the trial that each one of us is going to miss too. It's hard to be, so collectively we're much better. Hi, Margaret.
Hi, Kevin.
Thank you.
Very interesting. So Tipton scored some points in cross-examination, I think, a little bit.
How
Like
so?
as far as
Okay.
well, as far as suggesting to the jury that these searches were not necessarily nefarious
Right.
searches.
Looks like they're coming back. I will
I
take
think
this
it's
off.
like a premonition, though.
Of the iPhone. The iPhone version.
I reviewed the messages. I don't specifically recall this one.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that that message indicates in its context that it's a reservation at the Nightshade Restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And what is the phone number that it was created from?
The phone number ending in 8646.
Did you, I apologize, did you tell us that you had or may have seen it? You just don't recall as you sit here?
Yes, I reviewed the text through the past few years. I probably have seen it in the past, but I don't recall it.
At this time, I move to have that text put in there.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The text message that's previously been marked for identification as J is now in evidence as Exhibit 170. Thank you.
So is it accurate to say then, Trooper Keefe, that with regards at least to this particular text and the information that it contains, that to the best of your knowledge, nobody from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, such as yourself, as an investigator, went up and talked to anybody at Nightshade or tried to get records of any reservation that had in fact been made on 12/30 for a dinner date?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Trooper, I'd ask you to look at Exhibit 161 at record number 1250 at page 84. It's a search conducted at 12/31/22 at 10:26:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you will, sir, follow that search up to and including record number 1270 through page 85 that ends at 6:42:54 p.m.
What was the ending line, sir?
Record number 1270
1270. Okay.
at page 85.
Yes, sir.
What do those searches involve based on the content of the search period?
These searches appear to be kids' play places, how to file for a charity, can you donate your lottery winnings, how to file a 501c3 for a church.
It's fair to say that those searches involve queries about charities and how to file charities related to a church or things like that, based on the search queries, correct?
Yes,
And do you know what a 501c3 is?
I believe it's a nonprofit charity or organization.
Did you or anyone from the Norfolk County DA's office, to the best of your knowledge, investigate what that charity search involved?
I did not, sir.
And that charity search was conducted on December 31st, New Year's Eve, at 10:26:16 a.m. That's the search at record 1250, page 84, correct?
Well, 1250, sir.
Yes.
1250 is, can you donate your auto winning tax free?
Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't specifically include the word charity.
It does not.
Thank you for correcting me. As you go down to the next searches, 1252 on, it specifically starts talking about charities and 501c3s.
1256 begins the searches for
Okay.
filing a charity.
Thank you for correcting me. No one went and tried to find out what that was about.
I did not, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, you were asked specifically, sir, to tell the jury what was a search at record number 193, page 14. Can you turn to that? It's page 14, number 193. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you were specifically asked what that search was about, and you told the jury it was about Autobahn, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked nothing else about any of the related searches that go through record number 198 regarding Autobahn, correct?
Correct.
And some of those searches specifically state Autobahn USA, correct?
Yes.
What is Autobahn USA?
I believe it's a car website or
Okay,
vehicles,
so,
motor vehicles.
okay. And are you aware, based on your investigation of this case, that, and based on the content of the text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian, that Anna Walsh had asked Brian Walsh to buy her a Porsche?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that they talked about him buying her a Porsche in the text messages?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that he sent her pictures of a Porsche? In fact, 2 Porsches that were for sale?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that that took place on December 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go out in the context of the investigation of this case and talk to anybody at Autobahn to see if Mr. Walsh had appeared and was talking about buying a Porsche for Anna Walsh around Christmas time of 2022?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Sir, I want to focus your attention to record number 418, page 29. And that is a search that was conducted on December 27th of 2022 at 6:17:23 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes.
And the related searches to that, they go through record number 438, correct?
Correct.
Those searches are related to a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And they're actually location searches in some instances of a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And it's a Verizon store located in DC, correct?
That is correct.
It's not a Verizon store located in or around Cohasset, is it?
No.
And are you aware of the fact, Trooper Keith, that on or around December 27th, contained in the text messages that have now been introduced into evidence, that Ms. Walsh stated to Mr. Walsh that her phone wasn't working properly at the same time on 12/27.
Yes, I do recall those.
And that she told him words to the effect of it just literally stopped working, or words to that effect.
There was something to that effect, yes.
And he texted her back and said words to the effect of, "You want me to get you a new phone, or do you need a new phone?" Correct?
I believe it was something like that, sir.
And then in the early morning hours of December 28th, Mr. Walsh sent her information about, well, here's a Verizon store in DC that you might go to if you need help.
Yes.
And she responded back. Do you remember that?
I remember the messages about the Verizon store.
Yesterday, specifically on direct examination, you were asked about a search conducted at record number 1368, page 92. And that search was conducted on January 4th of 2023.
Sorry, sir, what was the line again? I just got to the page.
I'm sorry. Record number 1368, page 92.
Okay.
You were asked about that yesterday.
Yes, I was.
And you told this jury it was about the Mazda building.
The crossing building.
Oh, the crossing building.
Yes.
But you weren't asked for the context or anything of the sort. You just simply told the jury what the search query was, correct?
That's correct.
I want to ask you now to go back to record number 804 at page 54. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that beginning at 804, page 54, on December 29th of 2022 at 9:47 p.m., that those searches are related to the Mazda building also?
Yes, sir.
And those searches go through record number 825 at page 55.
Yes, the Mazda building, crossing building. Correct.
So yesterday, you weren't asked about those searches that go back to December 29th. You were only asked about the search on January 4th. Is that correct?
No, I believe I was asked about those searches prior to.
All right, fine. Then I'm
Yes.
wrong. You know what the Mazda building is?
It's a building in DC, I believe, near where Anna Walsh works.
What about the crossing?
I don't know the specifics, just building in DC.
As an investigator in this case, and since you were asked specifically by the government yesterday to tell the jury about those searches, you went and investigated what had been occurring at the Mazda building in Tishman Spire regarding their management of the Mazda building in that area?
I don't know the specifics, sir.
Are you unaware of the fact, Trooper, as an investigator connected to this case, that there was a Legionnaire disease outbreak in October of 2022 of those properties that were managed by Tishman Spire?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware of any letter that's contained, or let's strike that, that's not fair. Are you aware of any letter that was issued by the DC Department of Public Health specifically to Ann Walsh in her capacity as Regional General Manager regarding that Legionnaire disease outbreak.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you investigate and ask anybody at Tishman Meyer about anything occurring in October regarding the building that they were managing, specifically that Anna Walshe was managing?
Objection.
I'll see at the side of the bench.
If Margaret is available, perhaps she will have a moment to explain to us. We don't know how much time we'll have here. Why she thinks the defense is scoring, and I would guess she's probably going to say it's because they're creating some doubt about the real meaning of the searches. Go ahead, Margaret.
What was the question?
So what were you were trying to say before, and you probably only have a second. Why you think the defense is scoring?
Well, they're not scoring 100% of the time. They're kind of dragging it out now, but he's trying to get across the fact that, you know, taken together as a whole, they're not necessarily nefarious searches. The ones in Christmas where he's searching, you know, the weird one about Anna being dead and the Washington D.C. plane crash.
Right.
You know, he's trying to create, well, you know, you guys are making too big of a deal about these searches.
Right.
You know, but you know what? He's dragging on too much now.
Yeah.
Is it back in? Or
See, I find the searches from the perspective of like amateur true crimers like us trying to understand what it was in his mind. I find them very interesting, but from a jury's perspective, it's really hard to know, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt, what he meant.
Yeah, so that's another thing that Tipton is saying, you know, don't try to read somebody's mind because we don't really know what was inside his mind. And he mentioned that in cross-examination. So he's trying to ask the jurors not to stretch it. So you're not supposed to use guesswork. You're supposed to decide this case on evidence. And he's suggesting to the jury that these are just too out there. We really don't know what he was thinking about. Maybe he was worried he hadn't heard from her for real on Christmas Eve, Christmas morning. And he's like, you know, did she die in a plane crash? Was there a plane crash? I don't know.
It's so great that Maui just literally she almost just said what I was waiting when you were done. I was going to say, except I was going to use slightly different wording. I was going to say that this is why you have to look at the totality of the evidence.
100%.
And so looking at that search on December 25th in isolation, you can never know what it means. But as part of a pattern where he does clearly kill his wife at some point, does that indicate premeditation? And,
right. So, but remember, the defense is trying to break that down right now. So they're trying to do whatever they can do to create reasonable doubt for the jurors. So yes, the prosecution will ultimately say, yeah, you know, put it all together. What makes sense to you? So Maui, you're absolutely right. And thank you for that comment. So we appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And this is and I know I'm probably on my own on this, but my interpretation of that, and I didn't come to it immediately. It was from listening to you guys, listening to everybody's opinion and stuff. And I'm probably wrong, amateur psychologist, but I do believe that because his brain was wired different as a psychopath, it's hard for us to put us in his shoes. But I do believe he was beginning to have fantasies about killing his wife, because a psychopath would not have that braking system that we normally have. You think about, even if there's someone that you're really, really mad at and been mad at for a long time, if it's someone that's the mother of your children, and it's hard for us to imagine. If you try to, in your brain, you start thinking about them dead. In a normal brain, there's something that's repulsed by that, but the psychopathic brain lacks that repulsion. It doesn't even have the ability to do that. So if he's angry, he's going to think something like that.
Yeah, I agree, Kevin.
Oh, okay, good. Then I'm not alone.
No, you're not alone. I think you have great insight into this. And again, right, it's piecing things together. And what you said earlier, it's a clue. I like that word, clue.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see. I just think that there's going to be on the jury, there's going to be people that say, okay, we're going to add all the clues together. But then there might be some people who say, but did the Commonwealth really prove that first degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt? Where's the evidence? So I imagine there'll be some back and forth over that.
And I think some people, and this again goes back to Maui's comment, but some people are going, and we've seen some of the lawyers that we've been on court TV would have a tendency to do this, like Wayne. They will focus on a piece of information individually that is open to multiple interpretations and say, aha, reasonable doubt. But you really can't pull that piece out from the totality. You have to look at the whole, everything that we're looking at. But I think that's a challenge for a prosecutor to get that across to a jury, especially if you have an Alan Jackson on the other side, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, remember, Alan Jackson had more to work with in the Karen Reed case, a lot more.
Right.
Tipton doesn't have as much to work with. He knows that that jury doesn't like his client. And there's no evidence of police conspiracy here that he can hang his hat on. So he's doing the best that he can to go through those little pieces of evidence and try to create reasonable doubt on those little pieces of evidence or those, you know, those Google searches. He's trying to make the jury look at it in a different light than, you know, so he's got an uphill battle because they can't stand him. He definitely told his client, get rid of the rosary beads. You're going to turn their stomachs.
Right. It looks like a device.
Yeah. Ugh. He's not likable at all. And that's the hardest part.
But he wasn't in the interview with the police. He wasn't unlikable. So he's not likable now that we see him in the context of knowing what he did and seeing he's smiling about it all the time. And you know, but if you didn't know any of that, he wasn't really, he didn't come across to me as unlikable in the interviews. How did you react to it?
Well,
in the police interviews,
I thought, see, I have a different reaction because I felt that he should have been much more, if in fact he was worried about his wife being missing. We know he was lying about that the whole time, and the jury will know that. Right. He came across too calm, and he was kind of jokey in that. He should have been very upset, even crying. I mean, you know, I just thought he came across smug in those interviews.
Right. Like, and it's really hard for us to separate what we already know that he was misleading the police. And
you're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right, Kevin. Yeah, it's very hard sometimes to separate what we already know, 100%. Right. But from the get-go in opening statements, the jury heard a lot, you know, as far as what his character was going to be.
And they're going to hear from him, we think. So.
Oh, I know.
Although the judge had a really good point last night that the defense was very kind of slippery with their wording.
That's true. Then that's true.
Judge Carol prefers we call her Carol, though. She's probably told me that 25 times.
Okay. That's what I thought. Oh, there's Carol. She's in there. Thank you again, Carol, so much. I loved having you on last night.
Based on your review, Trooper Keith, of the contents on the iPhone that is the subject of Exhibit 161, it's fair to say that in the searches running from the date of December 25th of 2022 up and including the end of December 31st of 2022, you saw no evidence of searches in the Safari search history regarding any searches for things like tools or searches suggesting how to dispose of a body or anything like that, correct?
I did not see any of those December 25th to the 29th.
Okay, and it's fair to say that based on your review of the search queries that were made, and they're contained in Exhibit 161, what you see for the search queries, it's fair to characterize them as there's multiple searches for various actors and actresses and music and movies, piano lessons, kinder care, and even a dog barking toy. Do you recall those?
I do, sir, yes.
And you were asked something about yesterday, and I'm sorry I don't have the citation, and that's my fault, but do you remember telling this jury about a search that involved something called My Exes?
Yes.
Then the search right below it, I think, if you recall, and I once again apologize, I don't have the citation, but I think you were asked on direct that it also had something like a reference to a song, correct?
Yes,
But you weren't asked to give context to that at all. You just told the jury what the search was, correct?
that's correct.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, sir, that once again, there's just nothing nefarious about someone searching for what turns out to be a country western song, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Keefe, you in the past applied for search warrants, haven't you?
I have, sir.
And you know what the procedure is, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that, are you familiar with the phrase probable cause?
I am, sir.
And can you just explain briefly what probable cause means in the context of getting a search warrant?
Objection.
Overruled.
The facts and information pertaining to your investigation in order to charge a crime, more or less. More likely than not that this crime had occurred.
And it's fair to say that once you start an investigation, your experience tells you that you might get a search warrant that covers a particular time period. And if you get information, either based on the content of what you discovered pursuant to the search warrant or your continued investigation, you can return to a court and apply for an additional search warrant, can't you?
It depends what the search warrant is for, what the search warrant is for.
In a case where you're investigating what happened, such as this, what happened to Anna Walsh, wouldn't it be important to you to look back beyond 12/25 of 2022 to see if there was any evidence in the iPhone Mini or the iPhone SE or the iPad or the MacBook to see if there were any other entries that indicated that the person using those devices had planned to do any harm to Anna Walsh?
At the time, we do not have probable cause to expand that search warrant, sir.
Well, you certainly had, at the time, I'm sorry.
During that investigation.
You have to speak up a little bit.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
You would agree?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you both at the side of the bench.
It is Joe Burrow. There's just no doubt about that. The team plays better with.
Were you in a sidebar, Margaret?
Yeah, we got a sidebar.
Sorry, I was talking to someone, wasn't paying attention.
That's okay. So
Did I miss anything big? Sorry, I muted myself
you
again.
know, again, it's cross-examination and trying to show that, as continued discussion from before, that these searches, you know, by themselves are not nefarious.
Do we know what the sidebar is about?
No, I mean, I was sort of, I'm not sure what it's about. I didn't really hear that.
Yeah, they can come up very suddenly.
Let's see what Carol had to say. The probable cause questions are geared toward the inevitable request for a directed verdict when the Commonwealth rests. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I can highlight Carol's.
Yeah, highlight some of Carol's. I think, but Maui has good insight as well. So there's a lot of great insight in this chat. Really like it.
We'll have to send Maui to be Carol's student.
I know.
She can intern for Carol.
So you know what Carol's talking about here is at the end of the Commonwealth case, before the defense goes on, the defense will get up and ask for a directed verdict outside the presence of the jury. And it's always asked for and it's usually denied. So basically what they would be arguing is there is no evidence to support a conviction on first-degree murder. And judge, you can decide this right here from the bench based on what we've heard so far. There's no facts in contention for the jury to consider. Therefore, please request this motion for directed verdict. The judge will likely deny that and send it to the jury. And then there's another time when they can get up and ask again, and that would be at the close of the defense case. So it's something that attorneys always ask for. But in this case, it will be interesting to hear the arguments presented by Tipton. To me, I love that legal stuff because he will say that, given all the evidence, there's just not enough to support that premeditation or planning that, Brian planned to kill his wife. So we'll see what happens.
Margaret used to teach in law school, as I believe did Carol. So we are.
Yeah, I taught.
We are her students. Their students.
So I taught law at Boston College undergrad from 2005 until after COVID, like about 2 or 3 years ago. But yeah, I taught both semesters, and it was I taught a class for years that it's kind of an overview of the law. It was it was business law, but it also had talked about trials and criminal law. So it hit a lot of different areas of the law for students. So I would have mock trials and everything in my class. Oh, thanks, Carol. I don't know if I think you explain things better than I do, but thank you.
It's from a different point of view. The judge has to explain things in court, whereas a lawyer has to argue things, right?
Yes. Yeah, because the judge isn't arguing anything to the jury. The judge expresses over and over that, hey, I'm neutral. I'm not on anybody's side. The judge has to explain to the jury what the law is, and they apply the facts of the case as they heard them to the law. So.
Our regular Allie says she lives a mile down from Boston College. That's such a beautiful area. Boston College is such a beautiful campus. I would love to have had your job there. I never would have left it.
I loved it. I really loved the students, and after COVID though, it got to the point where, for me, it was quite a commute going back and forth all the time. But it got to
right, and you live in a great area too, right along the coast.
But I love what I'm doing now, actually, because it's a little bit like that in that I'm teaching about the law. So I really like what I'm doing now. I'm not getting as much.
We appreciate it,
but it's okay. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it too. I enjoy it, and I can look good here, but believe it or not, I still have my pajama bottoms on. So I got to remember when it's live, I don't stand up.
You guys, I'm actually naked from the waist. No, I'm kidding.
You're funny.
So you guys, it's hard to tell looking on camera, but Margaret's actually very tall for a woman.
Yeah, I'm 5'8.5". So my daughter, Sarah, the oldest, is 6 foot tall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And my son
Does
is
she
really
play
tall
sports too?
Oh yeah, she was great in basketball. Yeah, she played tennis and basketball and soccer. And my son is even tall. He's the tallest one of all. Gosh, I think he's still growing, and he's on the chat. So I know he's on the chat. So
what is he like? Six what? I'm 6'2", so is he taller than me?
Oh yeah, he's taller. I think he's 6'4" or
oh wow,
maybe 6'3" or 6'4". I don't know.
My nephew, my sister's kids, they have one son that's like 6'5", and the other one's like 6'3".
Yeah.
And they're twins, but one was taller. Yeah.
Sarah, the tallest one, who's 6 foot tall, she married a guy who's, I don't know, 6'5". So gosh, those kids are going to be tall.
Oh, yeah. Could be some professional athletes in the future.
Gosh, I know. Definitely. So, yeah, I went out to dinner with my girlfriends last night in Boston, and yeah, everybody had a lot of questions about this trial for me. So,
oh, good. Well, we've been giving you some practice.
Yeah, so the consensus, what people who aren't really following it as much think the consensus is, oh my God, he definitely did it. And I keep having to explain, yeah, I think he did it, but will the Commonwealth have enough evidence to prove its case?
Right.
So, you know.
And to be fair, not to always go back to it, but in the Karen Reed case, it's the same thing. It was, there was difficulties, and there were no witnesses, and John's injuries were very unusual. So there's a difference between a jury which ultimately acquitted. That is not the same as that jury saying that they found her innocent. It's not the
Right.
same at all. It's just they weren't satisfied by the explanations by the state and by
Right.
their experts.
Right. Yeah, it's gosh, I wonder why they're having such a long sidebar. I'm gonna ask the
Yeah.
chat. What Carol, did you see what they're doing a sidebar on? Because I didn't pay attention to that. It's a long one.
Maui says she disagrees. There was jury nullification. Well, there were 12 jurors that ultimately made the decision, and it was probably going to be different reasons somewhat for each one of them. So in some cases, there would have been jury nullification. In other words, someone that came in and made up their mind what the facts were of the case before going through the trial and getting that presented to them. But I do think it's reasonable that other people felt it was not fully explained to them, because you did have an uphill challenge for the state. And that's something that people forget, because John was a victim of a vehicle strike, yet he had no injuries other than some very shallow wounds on his arm from the neck down. And the main injury he had was on his head, but the state said that was not caused by the vehicle. So automatically you're going to have a difficult situation there to explain beyond a reasonable doubt to 12 jurors. I think it's there was, and also despite that, a very powerful case and a lot of evidence. But I just think that we perhaps underestimate just how difficult a challenge that, if you look at it from the overhead view, like a plane flying overhead at a couple thousand feet, at just how difficult it was to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And you may run into that a little bit here in this case under a different circumstance, but we don't know what happened. We don't have a body, so we don't know what happened.
Okay, thanks, Carol. The sidebar came up when they were discussing the warrants, maybe preserving the Fourth Amendment issue for appeal. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, and that's something, it was really good that Carol pointed it out, that a lot of times defense teams are looking down the road to appeals.
Yeah.
Or to something else, in this case, a direct
Always.
verdict, perhaps. Or,
Yeah, that's key. You never know.
And I would wonder too, Margaret and Carol, when you have a case where you're a defense attorney and your client, there is very powerful evidence stacked against them, are you extra on the lookout for technicalities on which to seek a future appeal? Are you really working extra hard to try to find that technicality that you might
Yeah, I mean,
thrown out?
it's always there in the back of your mind, I would say, especially with a case. I mean, a case like this, where is there enough evidence for first-degree murder? I think that's key. But you're always looking for those appellate issues, Fourth Amendment issues, and then you might not be a part. You might not be a part of it later on in the appellate process, because many times one of the appeals is ineffective assistance of counsel.
Mm-hmm.
That's so common now, which is
and it's such a broad, general.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is. Hold on one second. I'm going to I got to turn off my television in the other room because I feel like I'm getting an echo. So I'm going to just remove myself for a second. Wait a minute. Can you remove me just for a second?
Yep, sure, I can do that. Yeah.
Because I have my pajamas on.
So we've learned the all-important information today that Margaret is not a nightgown person. She's a pajama person. I wonder if their pajamas would fit. The ultimate nerdy pajamas. Oh, Lavender, grow up. Jesus. You know, see, this is the thing. Let me tell you how adults do it. All right, which you're not an adult, Lavender. Carol and I have talked, several times about the Karen Reed case on the phone. And she's on the other side of me, not based on the evidence. She didn't really examine the evidence. I don't think she focuses on the evidence, but just on points of law. But she's on the other side from me. And we're still able to be civil and have friendly discussions on it and enjoy those discussions, both of us. So, but Lavender, you, on the other hand, are someone that everybody on the other side, you have to go in trying to smear them. And
Yeah, that's
so
not
you
a
go out of
nice
your way to
thing
come
for
into this
Kevin.
channel here just to
Yeah.
smear me.
Yep.
Next thing you know, you'll be saying I'm faking cancer or something like that. But
I
that
know.
really just portrays the weakness of your own argument and your own position.
Yeah, I don't like that either. And that's something that's a name that Turtle Boy made up for you, Kevin. And I don't even know what it means, but
It was the Glarer that made it up. And what happened was, it's so silly and immature. The Glarer, when I first heard of him, was because people were telling me he was doing a reaction show to one of my videos. And so back then there were less channels doing it. And so the whole Turtle crowd was there. I tuned in, and he was going to play my video and try to, criticize or make fun of every point I made. It was kind of funny. He had a hard time doing it because he found himself somewhat agreeing with my reasonableness, but then he started really looking for reasons to go after me, and they ended up being very silly. And he had been on another show the night just shortly before that, I think maybe the hour before that, and his name is Will, but I made the mistake very unintentionally of calling. I did a reaction video to his show the next night, and I called him Bill, and he took offense to that. And so he decided to try to make up a name for me, and best he could come up with was his Plevin. So, but that's the weird story behind it. It's
I
such a
always
mess.
wondered, Oh, well, now
It doesn't
I
mean
know.
anything. I wondered too, like, does that PL stand for something? Like, but
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Palestinian Kevin? I don't know.
Gosh. Well, that was a very long sidebar.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Who was the Mass State Police officer designated as, quote, the case officer in the investigation of this case on or around January 8th of 2023?
That would be Trooper Michael Proctor.
And what does case officer mean in that context?
You manage the case. So you're the lead case officer. You delegate tasks and things that need to be done throughout the course of the investigation.
So you manage the case and you oversee the investigation.
Is that-
Those are your words, right?
Yes.
And it was Michael Proctor.
Yes.
And it is fair to say, it's accurate, that you, in fact, you signed off on and applied for some search warrants in this case.
Yes, I did.
And you were the trooper in charge, being a forensic digital specialist, to analyze the data on the iPhone mini, correct?
The iPhone 13 mini, yes.
But you yourself, then, just yes or no, you yourself you never applied for any further search warrant to look at more data on the iPhone 13.
I did not.
Trooper Keefe, yesterday, you were asked to show what was referred to as a PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Yes.
And in that PowerPoint presentation, what you did was you compiled, with the use of the Lexis software, you compiled a bunch of data points and believe that you were able then to explain the certain locations of those two phones, the iPhone SE and the iPhone Mini, over a period of time relevant to the investigation of the case, correct?
That's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons you compiled that PowerPoint presentation, I call it a presentation, but you compiled a PowerPoint, was to try to assimilate and get a lot of information together so you'd have context for the information, correct?
Within that GPS data set, there's thousands of points. So this is just one specific point within that data set for those two different devices.
So when I use the phrase to give context, in other words, once you start using that location data, and based on your review of the digital data, then you can make further conclusions about what a particular data point means when it shows up on the location data, right?
Unsure of the question, sir.
Well, it was a terrible question, so let me try it this way. You know, if you just look at those data points individually without any context, you don't know what data point came before it, you don't know what data point came behind it. All you have is a bunch of individual data points that really don't tell you much of anything. Correct?
No.
Well, I'm not correct.
No.
Once you put together all those single, independent data points, you begin to better understand what the location data is telling you.
Once they are uploaded using the mapping software, it's an interactive map, and you can look at the thousands of data points day by day, times, specific dates, times, and they'll map out specific dates, times of the events of the location.
So it helps you better understand what the events were over a period of time.
Yes.
So did you ever put together in the investigation of this case the information that was taken out of the iPhone 13 mini? And did you ever take it and put it in some format where you compared it to the other digital data, for instance, that was taken off the MacBook Gray, device number 3?
You'll have to specify data. I don't know what data you're talking about.
Well, the data on the MacBook it included the activity that was gleaned from the MacBook beginning on or around December 25th up to and including January 1st of 2023.
Is there anything specific? There's a lot of data contained within both devices. I'm not sure what you're asking me to compare.
Well, I think you told this jury yesterday that with regards to the location data, you had something like over 40,000 data points to deal with, correct?
From the iPhone 13 mini, yes.
Okay. So then you decided out of that 40,000 different data points, you decided which ones you would use to help better understand what events occurred during that relevant time period that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So I guess my question is that, did you ever make an effort to get all the data information from the MacBook Gray searches and then compare it to the data that you took off the iPhone 13 mini and look at that data, line up and see what happened over a period of days, 12/25, 12/26, 12/27, through January 1st, according to the times of when each event happened on each one of those days? between those devices.
So Trooper Nicholas Guarino did the MacBook extraction and analysis. Are you asking specifically about location data?
No, I'm talking about the data that was gleaned from the MacBook Ray and, for instance, the data that you gleaned from the iPad, from the iPhone Mini.
I did not compare the two, if that's what you're asking.
Would you agree with me, Trooper Keith, that if you lined up all of the data that showed what happened on those two devices, for instance, the information, the activity on the MacBook, and you combined it with the activity on the iPad, on the iPhone Mini, I apologize, the iPhone Mini 13, that you would have a better understanding of exactly what was going on during the day of, for instance, 12/25/22 and 12/26/22, that would help you better understand the context of the information.
Objection.
Overruled.
They're two different devices. They'll be used at two different times.
Well, you used two different devices used at two different times to compile your location data, didn't you?
Yes, for different days throughout that time frame.
Right. So it's not, the issue isn't two different devices, is it? It's the fact that you have two different devices operating on the same day. You actually can combine all the activity that happened on device A and with the activity that happened on device B and have a better understanding of what was going on.
I did not compare the two devices, sir.
So I hate to do this, Judge.
Yes,
Can we come to sidebar?
you may.
These sidebars are always unanticipated. I was actually in the kitchen listening and getting my second breakfast, if you can believe that, Margaret. I'm on my second breakfast of the morning.
I haven't eaten yet. I've had 2 cups of coffee. They fill me. Well, see, it's good for you to eat. Not me.
Yes. I used to, well, for many years before my recent illness, before the recent episodes of going in the hospital and stuff when I lost weight, I used to skip breakfast every day just as a way of keeping my weight down. So I would just have lunch and supper. But now I'm trying to eat as many meals as I can to try to regain some of the 35 that I lost.
Yeah. So it's kind of dragging a little bit now. What do you think?
Yeah, they're trying to poke holes here. I think Keith is that his name? He's holding
Larry?
up pretty well. What's his name?
The yeah, I thought
The trooper,
you
yeah.
meant yeah, the trooper.
I think he's holding up
well
pretty
for a
good.
young guy,
Yeah.
But at some point, you just, as a defense attorney, you need to sit down.
Dawn Marie says she has 35 that I can have. I'll gladly take them. Dawn Marie, I'm sorry that I didn't have the closed captions on earlier. I know at some point I looked up and realized they weren't on. And I also realized that I found a better way to make the size of them better. So I've got them up at 300%. They actually can go one higher to 400% if people want. But I think you can see them pretty well right now. Judge Carol says that she thinks that the defense team has lost the jury.
I agree. I think I'm not impressed with that much of the cross-examination. A few points here and there, but they lose me all. They really they lost me. I'm sitting there in my living room trying to pay attention, and then all of a sudden I feel like my mind is going. And
Is there anything he could have done better?
Yeah, sit down. Sit down, end it. Make your strong
so you're saying
points.
just let it go. Right, yeah.
Make your strong points and then sit down.
Right.
That's what attorneys fail to do. And
right,
it's hard
they keep
to
trying
do,
to score one more point, and yeah.
Just Yeah, come on, especially in this case, make your strong points and sit down, because after a while it annoys the jury too. I mean, it loses everyone. I'm sure, is everybody in chat, do you guys feel the same way?
Just to answer Iowa's questions, no, I'm not done. I get chemo every 3 weeks. Waiting for some new treatments to be approved too. So plenty of reasons to be. But the chemo is fine with me. It's not generally. I have a reaction to it maybe the next week, and that's about it.
Stand up.
So the break normally comes at 11,
Yeah, but remember, it's a half day, so.
and remember it's a half day, so she's allowed the jury to stand up now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they did get in Michael Proctor's name. Yep, that's right, Hero.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it makes a difference in this.
They didn't go
trial.
far with it. I thought they were going to try to go a little further. Yeah.
Eh. The jury would get bored with that too. They have to stick to the strengths of their case. And the strength is arguing there's no evidence that Brian intended to kill his wife. So that's the one thing they have to pound away at. It's all they have. I'm surprised that Larry Tipton is going on and on and on and on with this cross-examination. He's a good lawyer. I think it's a great chat. Very informed people in the chat who are really paying attention to the trial as much as we are, or if not more. So, thank you.
Oh, there you go. We're all set.
I think if I could quickly ask exhibit number 169 you brought up on the screen. Then Trooper, you have your exhibit, your product is exhibit 161. You have that.
Yes.
Now we need to call that. It was the last exhibit. Number 2, the last exhibit.
168.
And may I approach you?
You may.
Well, it's going to be hard. I'm presenting you with what's been marked exhibit 168,
Okay.
characterized as the call log.
Yes, sir.
So just so the record's clear, 168 and 161 is before the witness right now? Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes, 161, 168.
Right.
And the text messages were introduced this morning as exhibit 169. I'm going to ask you, Trooper, to look at exhibit 161, page 2, record 16.
161, page 2, record 16, sir?
Yes, yes, Trooper.
Okay, yes,
Have that in front of you?
yes,
Is it fair to say that that's one of the references to, that you testified to yesterday, check a flight, JetBlue?
that is correct.
Now, I'm going to ask that in Exhibit 169, page 2, dated 12/25/22 at 11:54:05. The top of the page, you see that? Yes. Do you see that, Trooper?
Yes, sorry, yes,
At 11:54:05 a.m., the text message from number 8646 to phone number 7966, there's a message of, I haven't heard from you at all, correct?
correct.
And then I'm going to ask that, Trooper, you look at Exhibit 161 again that you have, and look at page 2, record number 21.
Yes,
That's an entry at 12:09:24 p.m., and it is one of the searches you testified to yesterday regarding William Fasto, misspelled, William Fasto, DC Real.
correct.
And so then you go down to, I'm going to ask you to continue to look at, now, page 3 of Exhibit 161 at record 27 at 12:09:28 p.m. Looks like 0.4 of a second. And that is a search entitled William Fasto, DC Real Estate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now I'm going to ask you to look at what was marked as Exhibit 161, the call log, at page 11, record 137, a search dated at timed at 12:15 p.m.
Sir, that was Exhibit 168 is the call log.
Oh, I've already messed
Exhibit
it up.
161.
I did. 168. 168.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take it out of the binder here. It's stapled.
Take your time, and I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay, sir, could you go again with that?
Yes, absolutely. 168. At page 11, I'll call it record 137. Time-stamped 12:15.
Yes, 137,
It time-stamped 12:15 p.m., correct?
December 25th, 2022, 12:15 p.m. Yes.
And that, from the call log, that indicates some interaction between the two devices, and that Exhibit 168 has to do with phone ending in 8646 and phone ending in 7966, correct? Assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And there is a 1 minute, 23-second call between those two phones, correct?
Yes.
We don't know the content, do we?
I do not.
Okay. And then as you continue to proceed in this relevant time period, you go to Exhibit 161 again at page 3, record 35.
Yes.
And that is a search conducted at 12:22:06 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And the search is Anna Walsh, Tishman Spear. Is that right?
Yes.
Now we stay on Exhibit 161 for the next 5 requests. 161, page 4, record 43. Timestamp 12:28:57.
Yes.
Search Christmas Day plane crash.
That's correct.
Same exhibit 161, dated 12/25/22, same time period, page 4, record 50. I'm sorry, record. Yeah, I'm right. Record 50.
Would you like to read the content, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Number 50, December 25th, 2022, 12:31 p.m. Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Right.
Cyper.
Now just keep going down. Exhibit 161, 12/25/22, page 4, record 53.
Anna Walsh found dead.
12/45/47, correct?
Yes.
And once again, I think you just told the jury, Anna Walsh found dead. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And as we continue to go down, the next is Exhibit 161, page 5, record 57. At 12:46:10 p.m.
Yes.
And it's a search for Jeff Chod, C-H-O-D.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 132. Timestamp 12:57 p.m.
Yes.
It indicates a phone call between these two phones
Yes.
that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yes, it's an outgoing call from the device ending in 8646 to the number 7966 Anna New.
Okay, and you don't know what they were talking about, if they were talking at all. You just know that there was a call that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds between those two phones at that time.
Correct.
And then if you'll go back to, I'm sorry, if we could have page 2 on the exhibit 169 for 12:57:26. And the entry is, as seen on the screen, my flight got canceled driving up. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So just stopping there. Between 11:52, we started with 11:52, exhibit 161. We're now down at the time period of 12:57. Is it fair to say that what looks like is that Anna Walsh, at least Anna Walsh's phone, texted the phone assigned to Mr. Walsh and told and texted, my flight got canceled and I'm driving up?
Yes.
And before that, those texts that you read to the jury, where they're entered, Anna Walsh found dead, are plane crash, correct? The ones you testified to just a moment ago? Those searches, they appear to be searches to see if some harm came to Anna Walsh, correct?
Again, I can read the context. I don't know the content of the search.
But did you consider that in your investigation of the case when you looked at all this data together?
That specific search and text message?
All this data together that you just now told the jury about. Did you look at all that data together at one time, like you've just done for the jury, and created a context for all of those communications in those 3 different sources of information? Did you ever do that?
What 3? The call log, 3 sources? I'm not sure what.
Did you do it?
I've looked at all 3 of them multiple times.
Did you ever look and compare them and see that there were searches that looked like someone was concerned about harm that may have come to Anna Walsh, and then when Anna Walsh texted and said, my flight got canceled, none of those alarming texts occurred out?
Objection.
As to the characterization,
Yes.
sustained.
Did you see, I understand. did you see any other text after the 12:57 text from Anna Walsh's phone saying my flight got canceled driving up? Did you see any text after that where there were any searches about plane crash or is Anna Walsh dead or anything like that? You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I would have to review them again, sir.
I want to ask you to look at Exhibit 168, beginning at page 11, record number 129. What is that time stamped?
You said 168?
Exhibit 168. I'm sorry, Trooper.
No,
168, record, I'm looking at record 129, page 11.
Sorry, what was the line again, sir? Sorry.
That's okay. Do you see on page 11 a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds?
Yes,
An
I do.
outgoing call. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And that is a 1 hour, 22 minutes, 33-second call that's an outgoing call from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
And then do you see another call on page 11 that lasted 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 37 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes?
3 hours?
Hmm?
I do
If you do not, you can say that.
do not see a call.
Do you see a call that lasts 6 minutes and 5 seconds? On page 11,
Yes, I do.
and then do you see another call that lasted 1 minute, 1 hour, 27 seconds and 27 seconds and 07 seconds? Do you see that? And that call originated on the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
I'm not sure what. Can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see a phone call that lasted 1 minute, 27 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes.
I do not.
Then this might be a good time to stop.
Okay, we'll take a break. There's, have a nice morning.
All right, please. Yours, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Oh, I'm in.
All right.
I'm in. Hold on. I gotta mute my TV. I thought it was muted. Hold on.
Okay. Someone makes understand it. We want to look at the context of everything else that's going on around that search. And I think that the defense is trying to create some doubt based on we don't know what all that content was. We don't know what the phone call was right before, right after, or things like that. So Andrea says wrong chat. Well, I got your I can see your chat if that's, I'm not sure. If you want us to see it though, it's the right chat. Gina Marie says, "Hi Kevin, hope you're doing well, and I love listening to you and your guests." Thank you very much. And we try very hard up here, and we take a lot of arrows at different times during this, and a lot of taunting, because sometimes, especially for the size of our audience compared to FKR or any other conspiracy channel. So thank you. We appreciate your support.
Can you make us bigger, Kevin? There we go. It's because after a while it gets annoying to, after a while it gets annoying to just look at the fan, don't you think? It just spinning. So we know when court's going to be on a little longer break. I think it's their afternoon stretch. So we'll see. Or somebody in chat let us know. Anyway, it's dragging. They've lost the jury, in my opinion. And yeah, you're absolutely right what you just said, Kevin. I think, again, now Tipton is back to, well, they had this long phone call. He's trying to show that, that little search on Christmas about the plane crash and Anna being dead was just a blip.
Right.
Was like, he was worried about her, that type of thing. So, and he's trying to suggest to the jury, you can't draw any conclusions from that he was planning to murder his wife. So that's all this is all what that's about, is the pre-planning. Did he pre-plan to murder his wife, and did it start on Christmas?
Thank you very much for the donation, Nowhere. And I didn't know that this was Funny Bunny. I saw you in here yesterday, but Funny Bunny is a longtime regular of all of our channels. Thank you, Funny Bunny, or Nowhere, as you prefer to be called now.
Anyway, so what? I wonder who we'll hear from next.
Yeah. So when do you think? I mean, I'm hearing a lot of people speculating that this trial might be over next week, like maybe next Friday. What do you think?
I think that might be right. It'll be interesting.
And I'm not counting the deliberation. The
Right.
closing arguments might be by Friday, right?
Maybe. The interesting thing will be, I anticipate that Brian is going to take the stand because, the lawyer, Tipton did say in his opening statement about Brian's story that he found her, suddenly dead, right? Oh, wow, she died in her sleep and it was unexpected. So who's going to tell that story? We don't have anybody but Brian himself to tell that story.
Right.
So I believe he will take the stand. So if he does take the stand, the cross-examination, I imagine, will drag on for a while because they have a lot of things to
December wants us to recap, but I think the only thing that really happened today was the cross-examination attempt to create doubt about what those searches were, unless I'm forgetting something. Am I forgetting something, Margaret?
No, that's about it. So and unfortunately, the lawyers made the mistake of dragging the cross-examination on way too long.
Mm-hmm.
He's putting me to sleep. So I can't imagine the jury is just probably like, oh my God. Don't forget it's a Friday too. Very often you lose jurors on a Friday because they're thinking about, what am I going to do this weekend? Am I going to go out to dinner? And, what are the plans? Oh, do we have yard work to do? Think of their minds, what everyday people are thinking about. I got to finish getting those leaves up before the snow comes, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Christmas
And some of them
shopping.
might actually be resentful too, right?
in.
I don't know if that's something you guys worried about at all, Margaret, in your trial days, but they might be resentful too, because the jurors, now some of them want to be on the jury, but a lot of them are making a sacrifice out of a sense of duty, out of a sense of citizenship, and they want the trial to be as short as possible because they're sacrificing some part of their life to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And so they don't want to waste any time, and they can become resentful of one side's attorneys or the other, or even the judge.
Yeah, like, come on, we get your point. You've made your point. Now sit down. Let's get on with it. It was slow. And you don't want to end, if you're an attorney, you don't want to end a week on a slow point that you're dragging out to the jury. You just don't want to do that. You want to end on a strength. It's very important.
Right.
Maybe he will. We have some time here. What time is it anyway? I have to look. It's
Yeah. So
11:08. So we have some time. Yeah.
these breaks they're supposed to go to 11:20, but they have gone so far each day to 11:30. So they'll have an hour and a half to get the last word. And, kind of like as we were talking about yesterday, from a writer's point of view, you want to end your chapter in a way that ideally leads people to read the next chapter, but certainly lands a memorable thought or a memorable idea. So in this case here, you want to land something before the weekend that ideally has the jury doubting at least a little bit, or at least questioning some things.
Right. I agree. And it just, I don't know. I don't know why he's going on and on and on and on and on. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me. Just make your points. He could have made his main points. I think, okay, so let's talk about what points was he trying to make? Let's see how we could have narrowed it down.
Well, there were two troopers that were responsible for looking at data. This trooper here, Keefe, and Trooper Garino. And one of the things they're trying to say here is, how much did you do comparative analysis? Because each was assigned a certain aspect of data that they were supposed to look at, a certain device. And so the question here was not, did you frame somebody, but did you do your job fully? Am I right on that, Margaret?
Yes. Reasonable doubt. Yep. Did you do your job fully? I think the troopers held up pretty that aspect. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems to. So far.
Yeah. So then, so that's issue number one. And you could probably question that with, maybe how many questions do you think that would take? 5, 10?
Right. Well, from what I'm seeing, and you can tell me if everything takes longer in a trial.
It shouldn't.
But
No, but an effective cross-examiner, boom, 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 make your point, sit down. I mean, I wish I could demonstrate. There's some great cross-examinations out there that really demonstrate
My
that.
Cousin Vinny.
Well, there you go. That's a movie, yes. But no, I know. Or A Few Good Men.
That's my favorite movie. But even My Cousin Vinny, I've had enough of this guy, Your Honor, or something like that. But listen, a movie, it has to be like that. But it does still demonstrate the point. You want to you want to land one primary thing that you want the jury to take away with each witness. Right.
So you did that, the comparative analysis, raising reasonable doubt as to whether the troopers did their job, and they did enough comparative analysis, and they weren't just focusing on Brian Walsh. So then, okay, that would be one point. The second point that was stressed was those two searches that Brian made on Christmas. What were they? Is that about Anna Walsh being dead and a plane crash in Washington, D.C.?
Right.
So there were two weird Google searches. And yes, Tipton had to address those. And he had to make the jury think that, well, she wasn't there on Christmas, and she wasn't there on Christmas Eve. She wasn't there for Thanksgiving. And it wasn't reasonable that Brian would kind of start panicking. He hadn't heard from her. So, he might Google those two weird searches. Make that point. How many questions do you think that should have taken, Kevin?
Like I said, I'm a rookie at this, and I do, as a writer, I want to create a scene. I want to get into the scene as quickly as possible. That's called exposition when you're setting something up, and then I want to land the punching it out of it. But I don't, as a lawyer, I don't. The only trial I watched before the Karen Reed trial was, I think, maybe the O.J. Simpson trial. So it seems to me this is somewhat normal, that it's really difficult to get the. It takes a while to make their points a lot. Do you want to take on the other challenger in chat?
Well, yes. So yes, I love it when you guys disagree with me. Actually, that's great. I'm also good at taking criticism. So feel free, honest to God.
Because you're a lawyer, and it makes you have to defend your position. So. Well,
so one thing I will say, JP, I I have to just mention your New York Yankee thing there. I'm from upstate New York, and I grew up watching the Yankees. I loved the Yankees. It was my dad's favorite team, and I am a Red Sox fan now. But the Yankees are my second favorite team, I will say, and you know that's kind of crazy, but it is. So I disagree with Margaret. The defense must establish some urgency around these topics, as well as potentially exhaust the jurors into reasonable doubt with minutia. Well, I think that, yes, the first part, the defense must establish some urgency, absolutely, around these topics, and stress them and be loud and be, really stress those in cross-examination. But the minutia part, I think, will put jurors to sleep. When I had jury trials, I felt that I had to keep that in mind. And it was stressed so much in this particular law school class that I took on trial advocacy with an amazing professor at Boston College Law School that I always kept it in the back of my mind. And I would prepare. It's hard because you want it to be natural, but try to prepare with leading questions. And what I would do is I would take a legal pad, and I would say, okay, remember, what is the theory of my case? What am I trying to hook the jury on? I want the jury. So in the very beginning of preparing for any case, you establish your theory. And so obviously the defense theory is Brian Walshe, he's not the greatest guy in the world, but he dismembered his wife in a panic, but he didn't kill her. So the theory is he didn't kill her. So you want to always bear that in mind. And I think so I still think
I think there's a point to what JP is saying,
yeah,
especially where
the minutia part, I don't know. I think
I can explain. I think I can take that up, Margaret. And it's a little bit different from your point of view as a prosecutor. So as a prosecutor, your job is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So you want those tight, focused arguments. But as a defense attorney, the more the jury is confused and unfocused, the better it is for you. And sometimes, so getting them lost in that minutia, as he says or she says, could be a pretty good strategy there. And I think it was effective in the Karen Reed trial too. People got lost on the jurors were not able to focus on the main prosecution points.
So many, Karen Reed trial is still a little different. There were so many different aspects to that case, but I think to some extent you do want to raise reasonable doubt where you can, but I would still say you don't want to go on too long. You don't, because the worst thing you can do is really lose the jury. And when you're, and don't forget, I also did civil trials. So I did a prosecute, but I was on the defense side for civil trials. And I don't know, but I can see what JP is saying,
Yeah. I think it's a very good point of discussion.
Kind of when the defense has nothing, they have to try the conspiracy route and make up anything and everything that takes time. Yes. Well, but here's one thing I will say, because you also want the jury to trust you, right? So if they
very important.
feel that you're trying to distract them on purpose, they might not like that. So you know what, trying cases, it's all about psychology. And when you're trying the case, you look at the jury, and if I felt that if you were losing them, or they were rolling their eyes, or they're like, "Oh my God, really? We're sick of hearing from you," I would definitely want to end it and sit down. So they don't like to be tricked. To
go along with your
trust.
To go along with your point about establishing the connection between the lawyer, whatever side's lawyer, and the jury. Here's a true story, and it's going to be a little bit crude, but unfortunately that's the way it went down. When I was coming back from a court TV shoot in the first trial, I was in an Uber, and I was on the phone with somebody talking about the trial, and the Uber driver, it turned out to be, was an assistant prosecutor in a court in the Boston area. very
wow.
close to Boston.
Yeah.
And he explained that that's what he was. And he said he was a very, very colorful guy. And he said that what it comes down to is whoever has the biggest, whatever lawyer has the biggest dick. I know that's a crude way of putting it, but that's the way he put it. And he said he knew Lally personally. He said Lally was incorruptible. And nobody that knows Lally would think that Lally could be corrupted. He said, but in terms of winning a case regarding the standard of the way he said it, the way this prosecutor said it, Lally was going to be at a disadvantage. I'm sorry, I don't know a better. You can make fun of me the way people can make jokes about the way I worded that, but it's just that's the way the conversation went down, and it was with an actual prosecutor. So, but it certainly does. The point would be that I guess the point would be, one, you have to earn the trust of the jury, but two, is there this level where you have a very domineering attorney that leads the jury and just kind of has them in the palm of their hand,
Like Alan Jackson.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
And sometimes Hank seemed to have that effect too,
Yep. Hank was, so when I was at the Whitey Bulger trial every day in that courtroom, and I observed Hank for the first time, and he really did. I thought he had, the jurors trusted him in that case. I could just see it. But here in the Karen Reed trial, I don't know if he lost the trust of the jury after a while. Maybe. What do you think about that, Kevin? Especially when he made that big mistake in the courtroom.
Yeah, I think there were times that he lost it, and part of that may be due to some of those jurors came in with a certain opinion, or their minds already leaning us, at the very least, leaning a certain way.
Yeah.
But I do think that the burden that a jury places on the prosecutor is going to be different than what they place on a defense lawyer. And sometimes it's to their advantage, as I think maybe it was Kevin Mahoney had pointed out, or it might have been an anonymous lawyer, that the jury comes in at the start just assuming that the prosecutor will probably tell you the truth and the defense is probably going to fudge the truth, just because we all, as a matter of common sense, assume that most people that the system is going to want to bother try, that they are actually likely guilty. And therefore, but yet every single one of them is going to have a lawyer that is going to say they're not guilty. So you just kind of start out maybe with a certain level of assumption on the part of a jury. I know that may not be fair, but that may be a certain reality of it.
Thanks. Hey, thanks, JP. I'm looking at this. Sorry. I like JP's last comment in the chat. Diane Keaton. That's nice.
Oh, yeah. And I can see that actually in her mannerisms. I can actually see that totally.
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm really enjoying the chat, because you guys have, we always, as lawyers, and as we watch trials, we always try to think, what is the jury going to do? That's the biggest question. So, I saw this jury when I went into court. What was it? When did I go? Yesterday or the day before? You look at them, they were pretty stoic. And you think, what are they thinking? What is this one going to do in the jury deliberation room? And you look for nods, and you look to see if they're zoning out. So the day that I went, it was a very somber afternoon where they were showing, the hacksaw and those blood stain samples, the red stain samples, and they were really paying attention to that. But I would like to have been in there today to observe for myself if they really zoned out during this extended cross-examination.
Mm-hmm. Just to answer JFK, if you want to see our discussion with the judge, that's still up. That's yesterday's episode, so day 4 of the trial. And you can find it on any one of our channels and go to near the end. So like say about 4:00.
Yeah. It was good. And I know that was kind of late at 4:00, or after 4, it got to be late for a lot of people, and they had to start thinking about preparing dinner or whatever. So if you missed it, I would suggest going back and watching that, because I think Carol had a lot of very interesting things to say, and we just let her go, right? We didn't even I didn't want to interrupt her, because I thought I'd love to hear a judge's perspective. because they're looking at both sides. They have to be neutral. And that's why.
Yeah, that's how my conversations go with Carol on the phone too. She
Yeah.
is a wealth of information, so you don't
I
want
know.
to stop it. But I will interrupt her sometimes only because I usually have, like, she's saying something and it's not that I disagree with it, but it's sparking questions that I feel like if I don't interrupt her to ask them, I'm going to forget the question.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, she has so much information.
Yeah, no, it's fun to have guests on, and I really enjoy Jen in the morning as well, because I think we have a wide range, and I can I'll work this weekend on getting another guest maybe to come on as a wrap up. I have some lawyers and that I can get on, so that'd be pretty cool. It's kind of nice to get a different perspective. People are probably sick of hearing us after a while.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm thinking about trying something a little bit different on the channel, but I don't want to commit to it as a long-term thing. I just kind of fool around with it, where I might do, say, at 6 o'clock at night, do like a news of the day. So not just true crime, but news of the day, anything, and then just put, my spin on it, or where possible, put humor. And Margaret is always welcome to join me on that.
Yeah, I
And,
love that. I mean, I'm not, true crime is my thing right now, but I have many other interests in the news.
Yeah.
For sure. I start the day out reading I read the Wall Street Journal. I read the Boston Globe. And I go online and just check stuff out. So yeah, I like different podcasts. And so I think, and it's also great because if I know we're going to be talking about the news of the day, I will do extra research. So that sounds pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. And so but I don't want to commit to it, because then, like
Yeah.
you say, all right, this is the new thing. I don't,
I know.
I'm not going to promote it, just going to fool around with it and see if people want to join us and, be a part of the conversation.
Yeah. The issue is,
Because I do follow everything all my life. I follow world events, so I'm interested in things. Am I an expert on any of those things? No, I'm not. So you can take my opinion, and if you think it's interesting, if it makes you think, and I'm sure Margaret feels the same way on hers. If it makes you think, then, but if not, then there's other, YouTube is full of other options, so we'll see if there's anybody, the only thing I really promised that I can bring is the truth and a seeking of the truth. I will tell the truth as best I can, and I always seek the truth. And when I make a mistake, I try to correct it, but I don't, beyond that, if I bring any value added, that's up to the audience to decide,
Yeah. So Ken Weeks, in the Karen Reed trial, the Commonwealth lost the jury by taking the defense bait and ended up trying to prove all the lies wrong when all they had to do, I do think you're right there. I did see that happen in the Karen Reed trial. But geez, I can't imagine being the prosecutor in that trial. There's so many aspects to that, so many different things going on in that trial. But I do.
Right. You're told. So for instance, I have a friend that's a retired law enforcement in Florida, and I'm not talking about Jen. And, he was saying this morning and yesterday to me that he thinks that the jury should have been informed of the FBI investigation in the Karen Reed trial. So, and I disagree with that, because I think once a jury learns that the FBI is investigating the investigation, that's it. How can you conclude anything but reasonable doubt? And I know this was something that me and Carol disagreed on too, back in the day. So I just felt like you couldn't have a fair trial if that jury knew that there was an FBI investigation into the investigation.
I agree.
Likewise, if they, and to be fair, if they were going to know that, you would have to tell the jury that the FBI found nothing, but there's no way to tell them that. So,
right, because the FBI wouldn't tell you. Yeah.
Right.
No, I agree with you, Kevin. And I think that should have been kept out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Judge Cannoni faced a lot of challenging decisions in that trial.
Actually, I disagree with December. With the chat, the comment that's up right now. So Larry Tipton is a very good attorney. Massachusetts is interesting, and this came up on Surviving the Survivor when I was on the other night with them, because Massachusetts, it's very prestigious to be on that murder list. And Judge Carroll can further explain, but so when we're, on for a big case like murder, you do have the best public defenders that the state has to offer. Now, so I also thought, having worked through the system in Massachusetts, I also thought that a lot of the public defenders on the, for the OUIs and some of those, they were very good as well. I didn't think we had terrible public defenders in this state. And I feel like sometimes public defenders get a bad rap, which they don't deserve. They're working hard out there. And because of the volume of cases that they have, they get better and better. I mean, I came up across some really, really good public defenders. So, and I think Larry Tipton is doing a great job, but I am criticizing the length of the cross-examination, which, some of your paid attorneys go on too long in cross-examination. And of course, he's a public defender, but he also takes on, paid cases, so private clients. He has a wonderful reputation.
Right. And that is, Carol's argument there. That's precisely what she's always said on the phone to me. And not just on that issue, but pretty much every issue. She focuses on defendants' rights and the legal processing aspect of this.
I see. Oops, sorry.
Court's back. All right. Yeah, we're here. Just to let you know, John, Court TV feed is about 45 seconds behind.
Sorry, I keep showing my kitty. I'm so happy she's doing better today. She's showing you a baby. Isn't she cute? People are going to think I'm a crazy cat woman. Oh, well.
I just had an opportunity, I know it's maybe not relevant. to
That's
the
redundant.
That's going on right now, but in Georgia,
You're funny.
records are good. He wrote 76, 85, 119, and 136. Almost memory is correct too. They all go to Verizon or AT&T records, so we can talk about that.
I have the volume all the way up. I'm sorry, it's not
Can we
louder.
put the court back on? Do you
Do
think
need
maybe
anything before I bring in the jury?
Does that mean I can?
have court with us and
No,
a
it
little?
doesn't. It just puts the record
boxes.
more.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to
Precisely.
add it back in.
That's okay.
But there may be others that you can explore that with. All right?
I actually don't get it, Judge.
The jury is not in the room.
I don't get it. I'm trying to understand the rulings. I don't.
All right, well, you can make your pitch.
So you're telling us that I can't explore getting further search warrants to go back 1225 with this
Out
one?
of type her name.
I think you can with regard to his sort of, I'll call it area of expertise. But that's not what you really want, right?
You mean with the Verizon records?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't.
I mean, as I look through back to go through, I think you have to have the filter that I'm placing right now is you have to have a good faith basis for all your questions, both sides. This, I won't call him an expert, but this trooper's expertise, as is revealed by those search warrants, is in a particular narrow focus. Now, you set the foundation for some broader thing, maybe Ken, I don't know, making reasonable inferences from what I know about the case, that I may permit. But with this witness, and there may be other witnesses to include Trooper Proctor. Seems like Trooper Guarino had a slightly different role than even Trooper Keith. So I think there are proper inquiries or proper individuals that you might be able to make these inquiries to some depth. I don't think this is one of them.
I understand the question.
Based on the record that's before me, you can ask probing questions if you wish, and you know something that I don't. Again, I'm the consumer of the evidence, just like the jury in that regard. And I certainly do have a lot of learning from the time that I've spent on this case, but on what I know right now, I don't think it's a proper line of inquiry,
I understand the court's ruling.
right? Let's bring it back in.
All rise. Jurors entering.
What line of inquiry were they attempting, Margaret?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Yeah. Okay.
I missed it because we were having, discussing our chat when the court came in.
Right.
It was hard to hear Tipton, actually. Remember you said, I have the volume turned all the way up, which you do.
Yeah.
But
it was
he's
hard to hear
He
the
wasn't
judge.
hearing the microphone, so I couldn't hear what he was asking the judge.
Court is back
Right.
in session. You may be seated.
It was also hard. The judge was standing away from the mic for a
Yeah.
moment there too.
I wish we knew.
You may proceed.
Thank you. First, I'm going to apologize, but would you tell us, Trooper, that Exhibit 168, the call, that call log is arranged beginning at late dates going to early dates, correct? It starts at January 3rd, 2023.
Yes, it starts January 3rd, 2023 to December 25th, 2022.
And all of the other two documents that we're using, the Exhibit 169 and 161, those all start with the earlier dates and proceed, correct?
Yes, those are in ascending. This one looks like it's descending order.
Okay. So now that I understand that, hopefully I won't confuse you. So here we go. So now, starting with Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 129, occurring at 1:40.10 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And it was a call that originated on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Yes, it was an outgoing call to the number ending in 7966, Anna New.
Okay. Staying on that document, page 11, record 126, time stamped at 3:02:37 p.m. There's a call that lasted 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
Correct.
And once again, it originated from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
Now go to page 10, record number 124. An event happening at 4:11:06 p.m. There's a call that lasted 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Correct.
Now that call originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes, that is an incoming call.
Are you aware of the fact, based on your involvement in the case, that Anna Walsh, her flight was canceled and she wound up driving up from DC to Cohasset?
On December 25th, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say that during this time frame that we've just talked about, these 3 calls, that's when Anna Walsh is driving from DC to Cohasset?
Yes, that could be inferred from that.
So it appears from these records that during this time frame, Jen, that after her flight's canceled, her phone is texting the phone assigned to Brian Walsh saying, my flight was canceled, I'm on my way. That they're having no less than 3 phone calls between themselves, between their phones, as she drives up
Yes.
to Cohasset. And then, if you can, look at the screen, and I'm referring to page 2, and the text time-stamped 6:37:46 p.m. on 12/25. It looks like Anna Walsh, or the phone assigned to her, texts, I'm an hour and a half left.
Correct.
And then as you continue on Exhibit 169 at page 3, time stamped 7/26/02. It appears that that phone texts an image of a car to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
Or at least the phone assigned to him. And the photo looks like it's a photo of a Porsche.
Yes.
And now if you refer to Exhibit 161 at page 14, record 193, time stamped 8/28/12 p.m.
193, sir?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
that's one of those Autobahn searches, correct?
Correct.
Where it appears that someone's looking for a luxury car, or at
Yes.
least searching the Autobahn for a car.
Yes.
If we go now to Exhibit 169, and we're looking at page 3, we see a text that timestamped 10:34:50 p.m.,
Yes.
and it involves a property listing at Zillow.
Correct.
And if you scroll down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts, all of those texts encompassing page 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, they continue to be text regarding Zillow postings for property, correct?
Yes, they all appear to be text sent from the number ending in 7966, assigned to Anna Walsh, to 8646 about properties.
And those properties are all situated in or around the greater DC area or Baltimore, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, officer, from your involvement in this case, about what time Ms. Walsh arrived in Cohasset when she drove up from DC?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I do not know.
If I told you that she arrived sometime around 8 or 8:30 in the evening, does that sound accurate to you based on your review of all the data?
Sounds reasonable.
So it would appear that all these Zillow listings we just referred to that are occurring sometime around 10:30 p.m. on 12/25 through 10:58, it appears that he's already home. Anna Walsh is already back in Cohasset, and she's texting on her phone to a phone assigned to Brian Walsh all of these listings, correct?
Yes.
Now we're referring you to what's been marked Exhibit 168, the call log. I'm going to refer you to record number 114 at page 10. And it shows that there was some type of phone connection for 5 minutes and 19 seconds between the phone assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, and to the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Correct.
And we can go down and just follow that on page 9, record number 112. We see a 36-minute phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. Correct?
Correct.
Once again, you don't know what the content of the phone call was, but that's what it appears, that there was a 36-minute phone call between them.
Yes.
And we continue to go down. Page 9, record 106. Now there's a 21-minute phone call, correct?
Yes.
Now we're on Exhibit 161. Now we're on a different date. We're on the next date. December 27th of 2022. I'm going to refer you to record number 316, page 22. You recognize that entry on Exhibit 161?
What was the page number, sir? Sorry, I put the 168 down.
That's fine. Page 22, record number 316.
Okay,
You see that?
I do.
It occurred at 6:57:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's that reference you were asked on direct examination yesterday, that reference to all my exes, correct?
Yes.
And then on the same day, and now we're looking at Exhibit 168, the call log. We're going to refer you to page 9 and ask you to look at record 104. They begin a series of phone calls, 3 phone calls, 10 minutes and 43 seconds, 1 minute and 1 second, a third one, 26 minutes and 21 seconds, all originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, Anna Walsh. Do you need me to tell you exactly what the records are? I apologize.
Yeah, could you go again with the record number, sir?
Yes. 104,
Okay.
102, and 100.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And then there is at record 98 on page 8, 98 at page 8, there's a 23-minute phone call.
Correct.
And that originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
Now, I want to refer you to now the text messaging that's been entered as Exhibit 169 at page 7, and it's timestamped 10:59:32 a.m. And it appears that the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts, when can they have the thing signed? Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And immediately following that, in the call log, Exhibit 168, is a phone call that lasts 6 minutes from the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. And it originated from Anna Walsh's phone, didn't it not?
I'm just checking the call log now, sir.
You see that?
I see the text, but I don't see the specific call you were referring to in the call log, sir.
Okay. Let me try to give you page 8,
Yep.
record number 96, time stamped at 11:05:17 a.m.
Page 8, 98 on this one has a different time and date, sir.
All right, what is it? Just tell the jury what it is.
This one is December 27, 2022, 10:41 a.m. That's number 98. on This
Okay.
one.
And it lasts for 23 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yes.
Go on down to now, page 8, record number 96 on the same exhibit, 11:05:17 a.m. A phone call that lasts 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Correct.
Now, we're going to jump down a little bit, and at Exhibit 169, the text messages, on page 8, a text message timestamped at 6:36:44, there's a text that reads, "Did they sign?"
Yes, I see that.
And then you see a text following that, the very next text, timestamped at 6:39 p.m. in Exhibit 169, and it looks like it originates from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and she says, "I emailed Stephen to see if he helped with the paperwork," correct?
Yes.
And then as we go through these text messages, the next text message is the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. She said they signed. That's the text message.
Yes.
Then the same phone texts immediately thereafter, "Let's get this deal done."
That's correct.
And then there's a text from Anna Walsh, apparently, or the phone assigned to her immediately thereafter. "Did she text you?" You see that?
Yes, I do.
Then The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says yes. And then the next text is on page 10 at 6:39:36. Anna Walsh texts, at least her phone does, "I didn't see it."
Yes, correct.
And then a few seconds later, that phone texts, "Great."
Yes.
And then that same phone assigned to Anna Walsh at 6:40 texts, "Let me have Stephen confirm and I'll Venmo them."
Yes, correct.
And then there's a text that says, "Great," from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Then immediate text about an hour and a half later that says, "Hello." And that's at page 11 on Exhibit 169 at 8:03:04.
Correct. Yes.
So based on your investigation and based on your review of this data, that series of texts where they're talking about a deal and Venmo and everything else, it appears to you, doesn't it, that they were involved in the sale of property or something? Is that fair to say?
It appears they were looking at,
Conclusion. Oh, withdraw.
You can answer.
it appears they were looking at properties and possibly have sold the property or something based off those text messages.
Did you, as one of the investigators in the case, did you have any assignment to go try to explore what this sale was?
I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something, Trooper. You're assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of other troopers that are assigned to that office specifically to investigate serious felonies, allegations of serious felonies, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it fair to say that, I think earlier in cross-examination testimony, you said that you collaborate, you talk to each other, you
Correct.
share information, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the reasons you share information amongst your fellow troopers that are assigned to the district attorney's office is so you can all learn more about the case and make a better understanding of what the data means and what the information you're getting might be, correct?
Yeah, we collaborate, share information about any investigation going on.
Based on your collaboration with your fellow troopers in connection with this case, are you aware of any one of your fellow troopers assigned to investigate this case that ever went out and tried to determine the nature of that sale of property that we just went through based on the information that's in these three different sources of information?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know what the sale of property was?
I don't know the details of it.
Do you know where the property was that was sold?
I believe the North Shore somewhere.
Do you know how much it involved?
I do not.
Do you know whose name that property was in?
I do not.
Do you know where the proceeds went, the proceeds of the sale went?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you, refer to Exhibit 169 on the screen. It'll be at page 11, a text timestamped at 8:03:04 p.m. And there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that says, "Hello."
Yes.
It's followed by a text that says, from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, "Phone died."
Correct.
There's a text that immediately follows that, indicates a screenshot of a phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then a text that immediately follows, literally, that's the word that's used. And that's coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Yes.
And then a text that follows about 2 minutes later, coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, where he simply says, "Hello."
Yes.
Then an immediate text after that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. "Do you need a new phone?"
Correct.
And then there is that text where it appears at 6:18:55 a.m. at page 14 on Exhibit 169, where Brian Walsh The phone assigned to Brian Walsh is texting location data to 1001 Connecticut Avenue, northwest, a Verizon store.
Yes, it appears to be an address to a Verizon store.
Okay, and that's what we talked about a little bit before, right?
Right, yes.
But now we have it in context, don't we? We realize that there's text going back between these phones of Anna Walsh's phone seems to not be working right. And then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh finds the location of a store and sends it.
Yes.
And if you just keep going down those texts, the next text, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, she says, thank you, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we're changed to the next date, 12/28/22. We're looking at Exhibit 169, and there's a series of texts that began at 7:10:59 a.m. on page 14, and the phone assigned to Anna Walsh says, "Will work from home today," correct?
Correct.
And then there's a text that follows 3 minutes later from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Feel better."
Correct.
And I mean, from reading those texts, it would suggest that Anna Walsh wasn't feeling well and she was working at home, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a text immediately thereafter from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh saying, "Let me get the boys ready." Correct?
Yes.
As we scroll through these texts, the text at page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m., there's a text comes from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Love you." Correct?
Could you scroll down a little further, please?
Page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And then immediately thereafter, there is a text, page 16, immediately following that text, coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and she says, "Love," or the phone says, "Love you too."
Correct.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, "I will get you a plunger," correct?
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, "and a Porsche."
Yes.
The phone assigned to Anna Walsh says, "haha."
Correct.
Then Anna Walsh phone says, "Thank you."
Yes.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says they both start with P.
Correct.
Do you think that phone is referring to the Porsche and the plunger?
Yes, sir.
And then Anna Walsh, the phone anyway, responds, "I'll take care of the plunger. You just get the Porsche," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a couple of texts back and forth saying, "ha ha, ha ha," right?
Yes.
Immediately thereafter, at about an hour and a half later, same exhibit, 169, page 20, at 9:26:13 a.m., from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, there's a screenshot of a Porsche, correct?
Yeah, it appears to be a vehicle. I don't know if it's a Porsche or not, sir.
Okay. And then there's a second text and another screenshot. And can you tell if it's of a Porsche?
Don't believe so based off the picture.
Okay. Then at 9:30, on 12/28, page 21, still the text, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, "hello."
Correct.
And about 3 hours later, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts back, "fix the phone."
Correct.
She then continues, her phone does, "SIM card died." Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to jump down to the next text at Exhibit 169, page 22, timestamp 3/22/23, and it contains 3 more images of property, correct?
Could you scroll down, please? Thank you. Yes, sir.
And then there's a text of 3 movies being sent from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. It's 3 movies, and if you can read the related data to those movies, does it indicate to you, based on your experience as a forensic digital specialist, that those movies have to do with the property postings?
Yes, could you scroll up a little, please? Just, okay, yeah, so they're attachments to a text, yes.
Okay. And then, right at the same time, there is a reference made to 3-family brownstone from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then what happens is, on the call log, Exhibit 168 at page 6, record 66, there's a phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Record 66, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when we go back to Exhibit 69, right in the same time frame, now there's text being exchanged between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, including a text, "looks good," then 1 minute. And the phones continue to text. And then there's another phone call that we can find at Exhibit 168, page 6, record 64. And it's a phone call between the phones assigned to them. So those phones are communicating together. I mean, we don't know what they're saying, right?
Correct.
And then if you go back to the text, we're still on the same day, 12/28. Now there's text about from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, then the numbers work. It's a timestamp 3/50/19.
Yes.
Now there's a couple of phone calls that immediately follow that text. Phone calls between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh, and that's from Exhibit 168, first at page 6, record 62.
Yes, sir.
And then page 5, record 60.
Yes.
Then what happens? Same day, 12/28. On the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 5, record 56, there is a 21-minute, 47-second phone call between the two phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Yes, incoming call from 7966, assigned to Anna Walsh.
And then about 30 minutes later, another phone call, this time originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, that's for 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yes.
If you continue to scroll through the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 169, and I want to refer to page 30 and the text message timestamped 11:18 a.m., 11:18:10 a.m. You see the text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh that said, "It's incoming soon at 199K."
I do.
And the next text is, "Had 2 bathrooms, good shape."
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, "Offer 195K."
Yeah.
Response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, "Probably." Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Then immediately thereafter, a text that says, "Let's see what TJ says."
Yes.
And then there's a series of texts that immediately follow, "Okay." Then there's another Zillow posting. We're now at page 32 of Exhibit 169. And then there's a specific reference from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. They paid $80,000 in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And there's a second text, assessment at 4 What's that text say? At 11/21/31, page 32.
Assessment at 120K, 120K.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It sounds like the communications going on between these two phones is talking about the possible purchase of a new property, right?
Yes.
And that Zillow reference in Exhibit 169 at page 32 at 11/19/54, that Zillow reference is a property in DC, isn't it?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to page 33, 11/21/50, we see a text, zesting at 175K.
Yes.
And what does zesting mean? Do you have any idea?
The estimate of the property.
Okay. And then the next text is our unit is really 1820 square feet.
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
So we're in a sidebar lunch. Well, the end of the day will actually be at 1 o'clock. I did also get a message from Carol.
I'm here.
Let me read Carol's message.
Okay.
About, hold on a second.
And I have some thoughts on that line of cross-examination too. So why don't you read that first? So while you're waiting for the message, Kevin, my thoughts on that cross-examination, I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry.
was-
I'm sorry, Margaret. I had hit mute and I didn't even realize it. I was wondering why you were silent. Oh, let me read the
Yeah,
message again.
I
did-
thought you were
I'm like,
silent.
wait,
Now
I'm
it's
like,
too
wait a
late.
minute. Why is?
We'll have to hold
Yeah,
our thoughts, I think.
Well, it was really. I only wanted to read it also
As
because
we
I think it's
continue
related.
with this series of
Oh.
We'll have
texts,
to wait. Next
now we're on
break.
Yeah.
December 29th, page 33 of Exhibit 169. At 11/21/59, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh text, and this one as well.
Yes.
The next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, 1320 above ground, 500 under.
Correct.
Do you have any idea what the reference or the context is for that text? 1320 above ground, 500 under.
The possible square footage of the property.
Okay. And then the next text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Let's see how much work it needs. You see that?
Yes.
Then there's a text, are they renting it out?
Yes.
Then the next text, makes sense to take it down hard. Correct?
I see that. Yes.
And then does it sound like to you, based on your investigation in this case, that there's a discussion going on about possibly buying a new property in or around the DC area?
Yes.
I want to go forward now to Exhibit 161. I'm going to focus you to page 54, record 804, occurring at 9:13:47 p.m. And there's a reference once again to the Mazda building in Washington. Oh, I'm sorry.
.804, sir?
Yes, record 804 at page 54.
Yes.
And exhibit 161.
Correct, yes.
Then returning now to the text of exhibit 169 on 12/30, page 40, a text occurring at 6:01:24 a.m. from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Flight on time? Question mark.
Yes.
From the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Hi.
Yes.
Phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Next text so far.
Correct.
Next text, yes, from Anna Walsh's phone.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh's phone. Boarding now.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Great.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh signed. Ha.
Correct.
Then the next text immediately following that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Did you get test? And then the next immediate text that follows is the word rest.
Yes, correct.
Does it appear to you that the texture intended to say, did you get rest, and change text to rest?
Objection to conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. Then the next text is awake early, I see, and that comes from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
And at page 43 in exhibit 169, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh simply says a little. And then that phone says it was a big Thursday night. Do you see those texts?
I do, sir.
And those are at 6:02 a.m. on December 30th.
Correct.
As you scroll down to the text dated 12/30/22 at page 46, a text at 12:07 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone of Anna Walsh, and it includes 2 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the photographs are blurred, but based on your review, did these photographs include pictures of a female and a young child?
They did.
And the response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, looking good.
That's correct.
Then immediately thereafter, I should say not immediately, but 3 minutes later, a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it includes another photo of, if you know, a female and a young child.
Correct.
And then a text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, hanging out hard.
Correct.
If we move down to the text at 49, page 49, timestamped 1:26:49 p.m., there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it appears to be a movie. Do you see that? It's timestamped 1:26:49 p.m.
Hold on one second, sir.
Sure.
Yes, there appears to be a movie attachment.
Okay, a movie attachment. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I should have been more clear. And then we see in the call log, exhibit 168, at page 2, record number 20, record number 18, record number 16, they're all on page 2. We see a series of phone calls between the phones assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh. Do you see that? It's at all on page 2, records 20, 18, and 16.
Yes, I see those, sir.
Okay. And then back to exhibit 169 at the relevant time period, about an hour later, at page 50, there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that contains 7 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, and I understand that the photographs are blotted out, but if you recall, there are photographs of a woman and a boy.
Yes, sir.
So what we have here, and what you've just described to the jury, is when we put all the data together from primarily three sources: the call log, the text messages, and the data from the work you did in extracting the data from the iPhone unit. We see that all of those data, when looked at, they help frame a picture of communications about buying property and selling property, shopping for a Porsche, trading pictures between each other, all in the time period encompassing December 25th, leading up to December 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
This shows communication between Brian and Anna Walsh from December 25th through December 30th. We only went to the 30th, sir.
And to be fair, it shows communications between phones, data.
Yes.
time.
Text message, phone calls, communication between those two devices during that time period.
Trooper Keith, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there's no such thing called iMessenger?
What do you mean?
Okay. You're familiar with Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And Facebook has a communication or texting app associated with it, and it's called Messenger, correct?
Facebook Messenger, correct?
It's not called iMessenger.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And then you're familiar with text messaging that originated with Apple, and it's referred to as iMessage.
Yes.
And it's not referred to as iMessenger, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it is possible, isn't it, to receive Facebook Messenger postings on someone's phone from someone's Facebook account if that person, the holder of the Facebook account, permits that person to see their Facebook Messenger communications.
Depends where you got the data from, sir.
Okay. You did not find anything on the Apple iPhone 13 mini of any Facebook Messenger postings between Anna Walsh and a person named William Faston.
Specifically Facebook Messenger
Yes.
between those two? On the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
You did see, didn't you, a Facebook communication on that iPhone mini between Anna Walsh and a man named Michael Redmond on December 25th of 2022. Didn't you?
I would have to see the document, sir.
I think I'm gonna have to come inside. Okay, why don't we go?
We have a sidebar, Margaret. If you'd like to finish your thought from earlier, you got cut off by the short sidebar. We have a sidebar, Margaret. If you look.
Yep.
We're giving her a workout.
Yeah, I know. So I go from my living room to my office. So I thought this line of questioning was better. It was more to the point. And I think what Tipton is trying to show that there was a lot of jokey and friendly communication between Brian and Anna between December 25th and December 30th. They were talking about future things like looking at properties to buy, possibly buying Anna a Porsche. And it was lighthearted. If you notice, there was no fighting in those text messages, and there was quite a bit of phone communication as well. So he's trying to make the point, Tipton, that, there was no indication that Brian was planning to kill Anna during this time frame, this crucial time frame. And another thing that I think he brought up was the fact that Anna was sick, and remember, she suddenly died in her sleep, according to Brian. But he's at least raising that, making the jurors think about that. Well, she wasn't feeling good,
Right.
and Brian would ask her, how do you feel any better? What can I do? Things like that. So he's trying to create a picture between these various devices, text messages, and calls that show it's normal behavior between the two. Then the other thing I noticed, I guess I'm on a roll here, is at the same time that Anna is looking like she's planning a future with Brian, she was also planning a future with William Fastow, the guy she was having an affair with. So I wonder if the jurors will think about that.
Yeah, and the defense doesn't really want them focusing on that aspect of it because that will go to the prosecution's theory of motive.
No, but my thought there wasn't on that really. My thought was more somebody on the jury might be thinking, that's pretty rotten of her to be planning a future with both men.
Right. But how does that help the defense? Doesn't that hurt the defense?
It just throws I think it'll just make people think, that's all. I mean, you could argue it hurts the defense, there's motive, but between these two parties, Brian and Anna, there was nothing unusual. There was no fighting. There was no evidence that he was planning her murder.
So may I approach you? I'm
You may.
Here we go again.
just going to ask you, Trooper, have you seen that in your examination of the iPhone Mini 13? If you haven't, that's fine.
I can't tell what device this was extracted from, sir.
So it is fair to say, though, that when you examined the iPhone Mini, you never saw any communications involving Anna Walshe and William Fastow, correct? On the iPhone Mini.
Any communication whatsoever under
Between the two of them?
specific application? This was the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Can you clarify? I'm not sure what you're asking.
On the iPhone Mini that we've been talking about today, and I thought you just answered it. You did not see any communications between Anna Walshe and William Fastow first, let's say, with Facebook Messenger.
Not that I recall.
And of course, one of the, well, before I ask that question, so you don't recognize
This what you just handed me? I can't authenticate where this came from. I don't know what device it came from. I can't speak to that.
then at this time I'll just have it marked for ID.
We'll mark it for identification. Are we at K? No. Oh, geez. All right. Thank you.
What is it?
So now, look, you said that my question said I don't recall if you saw communications on the iPhone mini between Anna Walsh and William Fastow using Facebook Messenger?
Correct.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Of course, in the nature of this case and the fact that you are assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office, and it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, if in fact you found messaging that was between Anna Walsh and William Fastow on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That'd be pretty important stuff, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, and I ask you a very simple question, did you see any Facebook Messenger messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow? You said, I don't recall. But that'd be right, that's what you said.
Yes.
You would agree that's pretty important. That would be pretty important evidence if you found that on that phone, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that with regards to Apple iMessage, the text message, you didn't find any iMessages appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, iMessages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, correct?
No.
And of course, in the context of this, that will be pretty important evidence if you found any communications, whatever form, on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, communications between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And the other thing you did not find is any evidence of deleted messages using Facebook Messenger on the iPhone, the Mini.
I would have to take a look, sir. I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but once again, that software you use, whether it be Celebrite or Magnet Gray Axiom, it's able to detect deleted materials. In fact, that's one of the forensic tools, one of the forensic reasons it's used, to see if there's deletions of data that might be important to a case, correct?
Well, it all depends. The software that that company has published at the time, the software the device is running. So never do they get all the data extracted from a device. So the deleted data may never be parsed out and read.
Okay, well,
There's a lot of factors that go into that.
but if you wanted to find messages, whether they be Facebook Messenger or Apple iMessages, between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, and you thought it was, as you told us, it would be very important evidence to find, you would do everything you could as a forensic digital specialist to try to find them, wouldn't you?
Well, her device was never recovered, sir.
I'm sorry?
Her device was never recovered.
I'm talking about the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
You just said messages on her device between.
If I did, I apologize, and I might very well have said that. Thank you for correcting me. Messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That would be pretty important evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you would do everything you could as a digital forensic specialist to try to find that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And just a minute.
You're done?
Just a minute. finally done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want to leave this stuff here?
Yes, the lawyers will take care of that, but thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Heather Sullivan.
Face the clerk for me, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You can be seated.
Watch this stuff.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Retired Trooper Heather Sullivan, Sullivan.
And you say retired. When do you retire?
In July,
And how long were you a state police trooper?
20 years.
And what can you just tell us your your path through the state police, where your assignments?
Sure. I was on the road for the first 7 years of my career. For the last 13 years, I've been in crime scene, 7 of which I worked at the crime scene office that's attached to the medical examiner's office. In the last 6 years, I worked in the crime scene services in Danvers.
And what were your responsibilities at the crime scene services in Danvers?
It was my responsibility to go to any homicide, suicide, unattended death, any crime scene where I would need to collect evidence, process it for fingerprints, or document any items of interest.
And what type of training did you need to obtain in order to get into that unit?
We had on-the-job training, but it was years and years of training. Every year we have some sort of class, proficiency tests in crime scene, videography, documentation, evidence collection, tire track, footwear, and fingerprints.
You say proficiency tests in those areas. Did you pass your proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes.
Did you pass your competency tests?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to be involved in an investigation that initially started in Swampscott that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Where did you respond to in Swampscott that afternoon?
330 Paradise Lane. It was an apartment complex, and I was called there by Norfolk County Detective Unit.
And about what time do you think you got there?
About 1,400 hours.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what was marked as Exhibit 90? It's a photograph. And forgive me, I don't have the file number in front of me. Do you see this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's one of the 2 trash receptacles I was responsible for documenting.
On Exhibit 90, it says HAS. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir.
And could we have Exhibit 91? And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is this?
It's a trash compactor at the same location that I also documented.
Now, what was done with those 2, the trash compactor and the dumpster?
I, like I said, I documented it with photographs all the way around, and then we were going to search it at a different location.
And did you go to that different location?
Yes.
Where was that?
300 Forest Street in Peabody. It was Greenworks Republic's transfer station.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 107, which was, I believe, file number 6556? Thank you. Now, does this look like where you went to in Peabody?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got to Peabody, what was done with the 2 dumpster? What was done with the dumpster and the compactor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, my bad. What was done with the contents of the dumpster and the compactor once you got to Peabody?
They were separately transported to this location, 304th Street, and they marked off an area. I documented it before they dumped the trash, and then individually, they started with one of the trash receptacles, dumped that, and spread it out so we could go through it and search it.
So, and who did that process? Who dumped it out and searched it?
So the company who transported the receptacles, they're the ones who dumped it, but they put it in a location where we could go through it methodically. The CERT team, which is a special emergency response team, there's about 10 of those individuals who were there to go through the individual trash bags.
And what were the conditions like while everyone was doing this?
As far as
Weather.
Oh, it was it's January, so it was very cold. And it was outdoor location. It looks like it's indoor, but it's half indoor, half outdoor.
And so when the CERT team would get to a bag, would they open several bags at once, or what? How would they do it?
So they did it methodically. So they each you know, kind of tacked it together. They went through each individual bag, looked to see. We actually had a meeting about what we were looking for, so they knew what to look for. If they found anything that they possibly thought was of interest, they would flag me down. I would photograph it. And then if it was something that the detectives wanted to collect, we would collect it and spread it out so we can document it further.
So could I, at this point in time, Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 125? So do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
Is this one of the bags, contents of the bags that you had to spread out and do further documentation of?
That was some of the contents in one of the bags, yes.
And what's this, bless you. What is the significance of the yellow placard?
That tells me, so as I was spreading things out, each bag got a placard, and then we would know which items came from which bag.
Now, when items were packaged up and brought back to the lab, did they all go to the same person, or did different people enter them into the LIMS system?
So I entered any evidence that we collected for crime scene services, which would be specifically for fingerprinting. I would collect that evidence, and then the detective unit collected anything we weren't actually processing for fingerprints or DNA. And then another person from the forensic scientists unit, also in the crime lab, they collected anything that they would be testing for DNA specifically, and only that.
Okay. And so these items here, were they tested for fingerprints?
They were collected by my lab and sent to the Boston lab because it was their, basically their area that the incident occurred. So they took that evidence and they fingerprinted it.
Now, but you were able to enter these into the LIMS system, correct?
I entered anything that I collected, documented it, collected it, tagged it, and put it in the LIMS system.
All right. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
Ma'am, do you happen to have gloves with you? I see a box.
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
For the record, I'm bringing you some parchment paper just in case you need it.
Sorry.
Do you recognize this object?
Yes.
What is it?
It's one of the bags of evidence that I had collected because I can see my handwriting on it.
And what does it say on the exterior of the bag?
Tin snips by placard 8, and I itemized it 7-9. The LIMS number is 23-00596 with my initials and the date that I collected it.
Could you put some gloves on and open that bag and make sure that the snips are inside?
Do you mind if I stand?
No, go right ahead.
The snips you found at the scene that night?
Yes.
You can place them back in the bag. Your Honor, you have this mark. The Commonwealth would seek to have the tin snips with the bag marked as the next exhibit.
All right, no objection. The snips in the bag are now in evidence as Exhibit 171. Is that correct?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag, item 7-10, which I itemized in limbs, and it's a hacksaw, and it was by placard 8 as well.
Could you open that bag and make sure the hacksaw is inside? If it is, could you please do
It is.
it? Without trying to make anything of a mess, but thank you. Thank you. Could you return it back? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hacksaw and the bag marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 172, the hacksaw.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a brown paper bag with a hammer, item 7-11.
And if you could keep your voice up.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I have you getting up and doing all that stuff, so that's my fault. Could you open the bag and make sure the hammer's inside? Let me help. Thank you. And that's the hammer you saw that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hammer in the bag marked as the next exhibit.
Hearing no objection, it's in evidence now as 173.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this bag?
Yes, sir.
Could you open it and could you tell us first what is it?
It's a bag with packing tape, item 7-12.
Could you open it and look inside and confirm that the pack tape is inside? And does that appear to be the pack tape that you found at the PVD at the trash site that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have this bag with the packing tape marked as the next exhibit.
It is now, the packing tape is now in evidence as 174.
Ms. Gilman, could you take that down? Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ma'am, do you see that bag?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's brown paper bag with a hatchet in it, item 7-13.
Could you open that bag and confirm the hatch is inside? please put the hatchet back inside? Could you put the hatchet back inside? And that's the same hatchet that you saw that you retrieved from the trash station at Peabody that night?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the hatchet marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The hatchet is in evidence as Exhibit 175.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes?
Do you recognize that bag?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a bag. Actually, don't know what's in this. Craftsman shears.
Craftsman shears.
Yes.
Could you open it and confirm the craftsman shears are inside?
Sure.
Thank you. Are those the craftsman shears you saw that night in Peabody?
They were.
For the record now, if the shears are back in the bag, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the shears marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
What's the LIMS number on that? Is it 714?
714.
All right, the shears 714 are in evidence as 176.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
You may.
Recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag with a measuring cup in it, item 7-15.
And could you open that bag and look inside? Is that the measuring cup you saw that night in Peabody?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the cup now back inside as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Number 715.
715, the measuring cup is now in evidence as 177.
So I take it you took these items back to the lab and entered them into the LIMS system.
I did, sir.
And you didn't do any further work on these items once they were in the LIMS, once they were entered into the crime lab evidence system.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Thank you. On the measuring cup, there was some dark powder. Do you remember seeing that?
That wasn't like that when I packaged it in the beginning.
And now, in your training experience of working in the crime lab, do you recognize that type of substance?
Seems to be black fingerprint powder.
And one of the reasons you took it to the crime lab was to be fingerprinted?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
I have no questions.
All right, the witness may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Off we call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Richard Atkinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir.
You may may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Richard Atkinson, Atkinson.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
What is the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
It's where the medical examiners in Massachusetts work.
And what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a doctor who's in charge of examining the bodies of people who are deceased to determine their cause and manner of death.
And how long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
I've been there 11 and a half years.
And could you tell us your educational background?
Sure. I have a 4-year bachelor degree from Stony Brook University in New York. I then did a 4-year MD at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. I then did a 3-year anatomic pathology residency at New York Presbyterian Hospital and Stony Brook Hospital. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the office where I currently work.
And so I take it that worked into you starting your career at the OCME.
Yes.
Now, do you know what it means to be board certified?
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
To be board certified in a specialty in medicine, you usually have to finish the residency in that specialty and complete a certain number of cases or see a certain number of patients and then take a test.
And are you certified in any areas of medicine?
Yes.
Which ones?
I'm certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you tell us what is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology is the branch of medicine that's involved in determining the cause and manner of cause of death and manner of death of people who die of not obviously natural causes.
And what is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a bigger umbrella term that refers to diagnosing disease by looking at tissue or blood samples, that kind of thing.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what happens to a human body within the first hour of death?
Several things can happen. Usually there is rigor mortis within a couple of hours. It can, however, almost immediately occur after a person's death. That's just when the muscles tighten up in the position that the person died in. There's also something called lividity or livor mortis. That's when all the blood in the body, once the heart stops beating, settles down to the lowest point. So if you're lying on your back, it will settle to your back and give you a pink discoloration of your back, and also a white discoloration of your front.
Now, sir, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is just an examination of the body of someone who has died, including looking at the external surface of the body and also cutting into the body and examining the organs.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I've performed just over 1,500 full autopsies, about 2,700 additional examinations that weren't full autopsies, and I've supervised 300 additional full autopsies.
How long does an autopsy take?
It depends. An autopsy can take less than an hour if it's simple. It can take all day if it's a difficult case.
And how, you said the external and internal, how do you begin the external examination of a body during an autopsy?
We examine the clothing in some cases. Then we examine the external surface of the body by taking photographs, by drawing our findings on a body diagram. and just looking for signs of injuries or disease that might have led to the person's death.
And what consists of the internal portion of an autopsy?
The internal portion is removing the organs, also looking for signs of disease or injury, and sometimes removing items like bullets that may have killed someone.
And when doing an autopsy, I neglected to ask this, but I imagine there is a facility at OCME that you do this in.
Yes.
And can you just tell us, like, what do you have as far as tables to work on for patients?
The table that the decedent lies on?
Yes.
It's a metal table with raised edges.
And what do you wear when you perform an autopsy?
I wear a lot of protective equipment, a full Tyvek suit, extra sleeves and an apron over that, a mask and face shield, and 3 pairs of gloves.
And when you do an autopsy, what attempts do you make to get access to a decedent's medical records?
We make every attempt we can to access their medical records. In Massachusetts, the law is that we're entitled to them in Massachusetts.
And when performing an autopsy, what samples do you take from the body during an autopsy for further analysis?
We take fluids and sometimes tissue for toxicology testing. We also take it sometimes for DNA testing, for looking at under the microscope, various different things.
And can you tell us what histology is?
Yes.
What is histology?
Histology is the study of tissue by looking at it under the microscope.
And how many times have you ever testified in a court before giving a medical opinion?
Yes.
Now, on January 10th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to seize items taken from a trash facility in Peabody?
Yes.
Where did you do that?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
Why were you examining items why were you examining items at the OCME?
Normally, we're not involved in examining items, just bodies of people. In this case, the objective was to determine whether there was any human tissue on these items.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Okay.
You may.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
And what is this an image of?
This is an image of several pieces of blue and white carpet that I examined.
Commonwealth would seek to have this image marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Can I see that?
Yes, I apologize. No.
Thank you.
Yes. I will. I apologize. Thank you. I will also put it in the record each one.
Yes, so for the record, what's the JPEG number of 178 that's now in evidence?
It's PC 110181.
All right, the photo of the rug with that JPEG number is now in evidence as 178.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's go. We have a PC 110181. Doctor, can you see that?
Yes.
So, Doctor, can you tell us what are we looking at here in this image?
There were 7, though I think some of them are not in the image, 7 pieces of rolled up blue and white carpet with some stains on them, and the pieces of debris that you can see just above the ruler were also present on some of the pieces of carpet.
And who places the ruler there?
I do.
Ron, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize this image, sir?
Yes.
Is that one of the pieces of carpet that you had the opportunity to examine?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter into evidence PC 110195, image of carpet.
Any objection? That 110195 is now in evidence as 179, photo also of rug.
And may the Commonwealth publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, do we have 110195? So, Doctor, is this one of the carpets that you had the opportunity to see that night or see that day when you were at OCME?
Yes.
And that ruler, did you place that there as well?
Yes.
And Doctor, do you have an idea of what the aggregate measurement of the carpets were together?
No, I don't think I recorded that.
Yes?
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is this another one of the pieces of carpet you had the opportunity to examine that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter in PC 110198, second image of carpet.
No objection.
The photo of the rug 110198 is now in evidence as Exhibit 180. Is that a good place to stop for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so I guess the purpose of that, it's surprising to see a medical examiner called in a case where there was no body, but they did use him as, I guess, kind of a criminologist, a part, in a sense, a part of that team to go and examine what they found in the dumpster. And Margaret is waving. Hello, Margaret. Did you eat your sandwich, or are we still leaving you hungry like yesterday?
I'm still hungry. I haven't eaten yet, which is fine. I knew court would end early, so figure it out. I ate a lot last night. I went out with my girlfriend, so.
So were you surprised to see a medical examiner called here?
No, they're just trying to get the pieces of rug in through him. It'll be interesting to see what else this guy says. Obviously, there was no autopsy. So I was wondering at first where the prosecutor was going with it. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
So I guess we're trying, we had this conversation with a lot of people in chat. I forget if it was yesterday or the day before, Margaret, where was the rug?
Yeah.
Did the rug, was it used, was it contaminated with parts of Anna because the fight took place on it? Or was that because he did the body, what he did with the body on top of it?
Yeah. So what I think will ultimately happen, and it kind of makes sense to me, is, so remember, a lot of these cases, to get evidence in, it's piece by piece. And so this witness is being used to get those 7 pieces of rug in. And then somebody else will say, what was on that rug? Was it blood stain? Was it pieces of skin, hair, and blood? Somebody will testify to that. Now, I'm wondering.
Or was it surprising that he was called in to investigate the scene?
Well, let me finish that. Let me finish that one thought. Somebody else is going to be called in to say, yes, I recognize that rug. It was in their living room or wherever it may have been. Okay. So 3 people may be ultimately called in for that. So it could be the babysitter. It could be
The
A
landlord
friend of
had
Anna's,
already called him.
a friend of Anna's could testify, yeah, that was their dining room rug, that was their living room rug. So that will give us a better idea. It was weird that the landlord couldn't testify, the Santa-looking guy.
I always like to
Yeah.
check in with the lawyers, particularly.
But-
I check with them as you're seeing
Your favorite guy.
every day.
Yeah, my favorite guy was Santa.
To take stock of sort of where we are right now in the case and to give you my best estimate. It's only that, the best estimate. But the case has been moving in quite efficiently. I think when I impaneled you, I told you that we expected 3.5 to 4.5 weeks of evidence. I don't think it's going to go that long. My best estimate at this point is that the evidence in this case will be concluded within a total time frame of 3 weeks. So we just put 1 week in the bank, so to speak. I don't think the evidence will go any further than 2 additional weeks. So I just try to keep you as advised because, as I've said to you, I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice to your personal life for me. That's my best estimate right now. And as we go through those next 2 weeks, I'll give you further updates. All right? So jurors, I hope you all, I appreciate the work you've done this week. I hope you all get some rest this weekend. And while you're getting that rest, you must not do the following things. Do not speak to anyone about this case. Do not go on any social media or any news media of any sort. Don't do any research of any kind about this case. Continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Again, I appreciate all you're doing. Have a really nice weekend.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
For those of you that couldn't hear that because the volume was kind of low, the judge informed us that there's 3 more weeks or 2 more weeks, 2 additional weeks after today of evidence of the trial. Will go on 2 more weeks. Evidence will be presented to the jury.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
And that's just an estimate. Maybe may go be faster than that.
Would you like to continue, Margaret? I don't know if you remember where you left off when they came back in.
Well, I was just saying that these pieces of evidence, it has to go in methodically. So this guy was able to get the pieces of rug in. Now the jury will be able to see that. Somebody else is going to have to testify as to what was found on the blood. So, somebody from the lab for each piece. So, blood, was it blood or flesh, hairs? Right. And then whose blood was it? Somebody else is going to have to testify that it was probably Anna's with her DNA. And then somebody else will likely testify, yeah, that's the rug that they owned, unless he went out and bought it somewhere. And so it'll be really interesting to see. I think we're all very curious as to where that rug came from, what room in the house.
Which leaves us wondering what those, we didn't finish the testimony here, those 7 pieces of whatever that were not blood that we were looking at there. So if he attacked Anna on top of the carpet, you would expect there would be blood. But if he had a carpet underneath her body or stored her body with the piece of carpet, then you might have some different material, some different biological material. So those 7 pieces will really give us an indication of how he used that rug or where that rug was, right, Margaret?
Yeah. And then another thing that this guy, the last witness, testified about is when he performs an autopsy, did you notice he's really suited up? He had 3 pairs of gloves on. He had a Tyvek suit, all this protection, because there must be, a lot of blood spatter for them as well. So he was trying to get that point across, I think, that, when it's interesting. That piece of evidence, that testimony could actually go both ways, right? The defense would argue, there's a lot of blood because Brian cut her up after, right? I mean, you can go both ways, I guess. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that testimony finishes, what exactly those pieces are and what, the body was stored in pieces of tarp too, I think. So we'll have to wait till the totality of the evidence is presented to us.
Yeah, and what was on all those, like the hacksaw, somebody's going to have to testify. Was there any material on the hacksaw, the snips, the scissors, all that stuff? So, again, it's methodical, but that's the way it's got to be done. So it all gets into the jury.
Right.
And then I had another thought. I thought that this was a good, so remember, it's a Friday, and I thought that Greg Connor, the prosecutor, ended on a strong note for the jury when he did end with this witness, because again, we're brought back to the gruesomeness of this crime, that it's alleged crime, right? That you
Right.
get the 7 pieces of rug with the red stain on it that looks like blood, and you've got I think the hacksaw and the hatchet and the shears. So in the jurors' minds, they're just going to be left with images of somebody hacking up a body, or I don't know what you would do. You got the hatchet and the hacksaw. I think those are the most significant. Oh, and the hammer. The hammer was interesting too. Did he hit her in the head with the hammer, hit her in the face with the hammer? Is that how he knocked out her teeth? So the jury is going to be left with thinking or imagining those scenarios here.
Right. And actually, that might go back to the teeth question again. If he didn't have like a powerful pair of pliers, or didn't think he was strong enough to pull teeth out that way, but he wanted to remove teeth for the same reason Whitey Bulger did, then maybe he used a hammer, which is a strange, but so he broke the teeth. That might explain that.
Yeah.
Carol says it may be that the MD will testify that there is Anna's tissue on the rug because so far the guilty plea is not in, so it establishes her death.
Right.
He's
That is.
Go ahead.
She's absolutely, I'm sorry, I cut you off. He's a histology expert, so the tissue cells are the key. And that's a very important point that Carol brought up. You have to establish her death.
Right.
That's important. Carol, that's an excellent remark there. It's one of the things you have to establish. And without a body.
Because she's missing. Technically, she's missing. There's no body. So you're trying to. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Right.
That's one of the elements. The element
Right.
of first-degree murder that, Anna died. She's dead. Right? That's one of the elements that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the Commonwealth. So yes, very important. So yeah.
In fact, the title of Court TV's coverage of this is "The Disappearance of Anna Walshe Murder Trial." So it's they're not so they're saying it is a murder trial because he's charged with murder, but this is about the disappearance. They're not,
Yeah. That's a kind of an interesting title.
Yeah.
It's more interesting than ours. I just called mine and Brian Walshe murder trial, day 1, day 2, day 3.
Yeah, that's all I do. Yeah.
Maybe we should have been more creative.
Looks like they're still. Let's listen.
Now they're, yeah.
Everyone have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's probably it.
Here, that's a good question. Can you take DNA from the pulp of a broken tooth? I imagine you can.
Yeah, I believe that's a common way that they do it, right? Even for old, paleontology kind of samples and stuff like that. To answer Judy's question, no, I'm not on Court TV tonight. I don't know if Margaret is. Are you on Court TV tonight, Margaret?
No, I'm not. Thank God, because
Friday off.
yeah, no, it's kind of nice. I've got, you know what I'm behind on is just, we're constantly doing this, then we have to do our other chores. I've got to clean the house and do laundry, things like that, because I can't run the washing machine when we're on, right? Or even, you know, the dishwasher or the vacuum, because you guys will all hear it. So I have to wait. So I'm kind of glad we have a half day today. Plus, I do all the yard work myself. I've got to get the rest of my leaves off, you know, lots of stuff. And that's what jurors are thinking of, how much stuff they have on the weekend to do.
The Four Deuces asks, have they established how much blood loss has been estimated to have been found? An adult human cannot survive a certain amount of blood loss, and an ME can attest to that. That's a good point. If they found a certain level of blood, that they could testify that's proof that the victim was dead.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know. That's a very good question, and we'll be looking out for that as the trial goes on, because, you know, you can get a bad cut and have a lot of blood, right? Like you could, I imagine. I don't know if, I wonder if you can be able to tell if somebody died or not as a result of the amount of blood.
Yeah, I would think you can, but I don't know if there was enough blood here. But you know,
we need an ME in the chat.
Yeah,
actually,
we do have an international audience. My friend Zeke from Australia is here today.
Oh, that's really awesome! Welcome.
He's followed the channel since long before the Karen Read trial. He actually kind of left because of the Karen Read trial. He was sick of it.
Yeah. Well, I would love to go to Australia someday, and New Zealand. It'd be great. So thanks for listening. Any other questions that you guys have as we are wrapping up the week here? Any thoughts at all from the chat?
And we should also point out that this is also playing on Jen Coffernaffer's channel, Breaking the Case with Jen Coffernaffer. So welcome to her audience that is still listening. Thank you very much. And for anybody in her audience, if you ever wish to find us, this is Margaret McLean of It's a Crime Media. You can find her on YouTube, and please go give her the subscription. She would appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I'm growing.
And I am Yellow Cottage Tales, and believe it or not, my subscription levels have just gone the wrong way since the Karen Read trial ended. So I've lost more than I've gained over the last several months.
So you lost subscribers after Karen Read trial ended?
Yes.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, sometimes they go up and down. I noticed that in the beginning from the Karen Read trial, but now they've gone up again as a result of the coverage of this case. So hopefully that'll happen to you too, Kevin.
It's hard to read into it because most of the time I leave it on my channel, the settings, so that if you want to comment on the video, you have to subscribe. And so some people will subscribe just so they can leave an insult, you know, and then they may not remember to unsubscribe until further down the road. So, but I always could use a little bit of growth anyways, but we really more appreciate quality over quantity anyways. You know, the people here that give us, you know, great commentary like Maui just commented here.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that's true. It's a lot to do with your consistency of your video content and how much you're putting. That is so true.
Yeah.
So,
and I've been lax on that, and I know Jen has too. Jen's so busy. I've had my health issues, and really just still at a crossroads after the Karen Read trial of trying to decide over the months as I recovered what I wanted to do. And I'm still not 100% sure, you know? So part of it is you do what seems to be working. So if you're doing something and people like it, you do more of it, you know? So it's hard to tell sometimes, you know?
Yeah. I've started to put out more content now with the live streaming all throughout the day on this case. I haven't put out any shorts, but I'm glad we have a half day. So I also have a podcast that's, you know, no face. It's just audio that I started before the YouTube channel. And, you know, that's on.
Is that the same name? Can people find that the same way?
It's called It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. And I started with the Anna Walshe case. So there's a lot in my podcast about, you know, about Anna. There are interviews. There are, you know, going back to some of the stuff from the federal case, and to go look at I look at a psychological profile pretty much of Brian Walshe. But what I really would like to do is I've kind of ignored that because I'm doing the live streaming. So what I'd like to do this weekend is do a recap for that podcast, because some people only follow the podcast and they don't go on YouTube, and people.
Is it on Spotify or? 'Cause I
Yeah,
haven't
it's
seen
on
it.
Spotify. It's on Apple Podcasts. It's a crime with Margaret McLean. But like last night, some of my friends who don't even realize I'm YouTubing say, "Oh, you haven't put a podcast. You haven't done anything on the Anna Walshe case." I'm like, "No, I have on YouTube, and I've been tweeting on it, but I do have to go to the podcast and do something on that." And I think I'll do a recap of the trial. But again, it's a lot of work. I think podcast audio only are a lot of work because people are listening. So you've really got to have the audio good. You have to have music behind it. And I like to throw some interviews in, so it's for a 23-minute podcast audio only. It's a lot of work.
23 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
To come up with that content, unless it's just you talking for 23 minutes.
No.
Since obviously you're saying it's not, you're bringing in news clips and interview clips and adding music and stuff, but really taking in the clips, that's what would take the most time. Just generating that content and then putting it in.
Oh, yeah. And then really listening to it. You have to sit there and really listen to it and say, "Oh my gosh, I sound louder in this section and softer in this section here." So so I'll do that this weekend. Oh my goodness. What are you up to?
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I really appreciate you guys. I really do. And everybody in the chat. Anything else? Like think of something, anything else, any other questions you guys have? Because Kevin and I would be happy to discuss them.
On anything.
On anything, mostly regarding this case.
It's anything goes Friday.
Anything goes Friday. I know.
Before I was doing the YouTube channel, I would have had these kind of conversations with my moderator, Tom Fleming. Thomas Fleming is here. So now instead of subjecting him to it, I subject more people to it.
Yep.
But I didn't really know what I wanted to go into as I started doing the channel. I wanted to find a way to promote my writing and develop something with that. And I wasn't sure what to do with the channel, and eventually unintentionally delved into true crime. But
you've done a great job with it. I listened to Yellow Cottage Tales long before I knew Kevin. So I really liked your coverage on the first Karen Reed trial. And then what happened, the reason we met, because his publisher asked if you could be on my podcast. And so then I'm like, oh my gosh, of course, I'd be honored. And then we became friends shortly thereafter.
Did I go on? Did I go on your podcast?
Well, no, because we ended up I didn't do a podcast. I don't know. I don't think I did a podcast on that, but you will be on my podcast for this. And what I can do too is take some of the clips from this YouTube channel and incorporate them into my podcast, So because I turned to YouTube at that point, and that point you and I started covering the second trial on YouTube, and it got very busy to put a podcast out when you're doing,
For such, Francesca says, have a great weekend. So let me just, say have a great weekend back to Francesca.
Yeah.
So she is an example too. Now, she was a great regular of ours for a couple of years and through the trial, and then she's recently returned. So maybe some of those people that subscribed went through a Karen Reed burnout and left, and then are now ready to come back. I know some people were probably not too happy with my comments at the end of the trial, because I did believe there were mistakes made by the prosecution. Not that the prosecution did a bad job, and in some ways they did a great job, but there were mistakes that could reasonably account for a hung jury, or in this case, an acquittal. But some people got mad at me for saying stuff like that. So, but hopefully people come back, and I'm always going to give you my opinion honestly. And sometimes, so if I'm doing it right, I'm pissing everybody off once in a while. So
yeah,
because
you can't just, absolutely. I think, I like being challenged. I like the chat today when they said, JP said, I disagree with Margaret and here's why. And I like that. I said, okay, and I'm going to address why. So it's great to have a little back and forth like that.
Right.
And you
right.
put chimed in on that as well.
And I don't, listen, I think another thing, if you're going to do a regular opinion show, part of it is a willingness to be wrong, as long as you're willing to admit that you're wrong. So sometimes I'm wrong, and sometimes we don't know who's right, and we may never know in some cases. Did Lizzie Borden do it or not? No one's ever going to know. It's just opinion. So I give you mine, and I listen to yours. And so somebody, I can't quite see, let me put my glasses on. Totally asked, when is the AI show again? So
Yeah.
December 13th, doing an AI show. And I may try to do some prequel shows to that, although a little distracted with the trial. But this is a really, really super intelligent man who's coming on, young man, to talk about his software, or the group that he's part of or leads, that is designed to help other research institutes and drug companies design drug software to treat diseases, individual diseases, rare diseases, from at the atomic level. So design proteins atom by atom. Protein folding is, AlphaFold from Google is part of that too, and they just won the Nobel Prize last year.
Wow.
That's the key. That is the key to defeating disease, and we are on the cusp of curing most diseases within the next 10 years, I think. And I think most people that study AI would agree with that. And so, obviously maybe it's safer to say 20 years, but a lot is going to be cured in 10 years. And there's going to be progress towards at least helping people like me within the next 5 years. So it may not be a cure, but it may be something that stabilizes it and keeps you in the game.
I hope so.
And, it's very, everybody has people that in their family that have had cancer, or that will get cancer in the next 5 years. And it's very encouraging that people like this are doing this work. So I think it's just fascinating too, that you're actually looking at designing drugs at the molecular level. I just think that's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. So, yeah, again, I'm looking forward to that show too.
If I do that new regular news kind of show, Margaret, and if you join me, one of the things that I want to do is do a little bit more science in it too. just science headlines of the day.
Yeah.
Stories like that.
Yeah, that would be great. And then again, it will cause me to pay more attention to the news. And, we can communicate earlier in the day and say, hey, Kevin, I saw this. I think I'm going to run with this. And you can say, oh, that's great, Margaret. I'm going to run with this. And I think that might be cool.
I'll try to put it, we'll try to put it together better so we have similar to, but not to overdo it, but similar to a newscast where we have an image behind the screen, or on the screen.
Yes. I'm good at that.
So we'll make the slide. I don't really like making the slideshows, but
I do.
I can do it. I know how to, but it's.
I do. I love making slideshows and I don't know. I like the creativity that goes behind that. I love making shorts and videos with music behind them and all that. To me, it's like, it's cool. I love creativity, like that.
So there's a science aggregate page that I like to go to. It's called Real Clear Science, and it'll have, like a dozen articles up there every day.
Oh.
And, just from different magazines and stuff. So today I just clicked it right now. Actually, let me put it on the screen.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that. I'm just starving, but it's okay.
This is I go to this every day, and I just click on the articles that interest me.
Oh, Real Clear Science.
Is that readable? Let me see if I can make it bigger. Oh yeah, with this I can. Did that come out?
Yeah, I can see it.
I always forget I have a touch screen. I don't know if it works though on the sharing if it comes bigger. I don't know if that worked or not. Did that get bigger when I did it? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, young scientists in China are dying at an alarming rate. There's an article on fusion.
The Great American Baby Shortage. That's interesting. Yeah, this is a really cool.
Yeah.
We can get our topics from this.
Gain of function research is misunderstood. So this would go to the issue of COVID. And I think we'll see what they say. But, gain of function, if the motive behind it is to make these diseases more virile in the lab so that you can create a solution for them. But now you've created a more virile disease that if it escapes, you've done something terrible. I will see what they, but
I like a volcanic eruption may have led to the Black Death. That, I'm dying to read that one.
yeah. And I know that story too, though, actually, because I had seen that many years ago. It's not a new story. So in this other parts in history, but so the idea is and this also earlier in the transition between the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages. What may have led us into the Dark Ages was another volcanic eruption. But these things, if they fill the sky with enough debris, you have crop failures all around the world, which leads to a weakened population and which is vulnerable to the Black Death. Now, I haven't read this article yet, but I'm going to guess that's what it's about. Oh, here's not on this page, but another one. I clicked on one today, Margaret. What is the one organ? I don't forget if it was an organ or a body part that the human body has that no other animal seems to have. You'll never guess this. I tried to guess it before I went through the article.
One organ that we have that no other animal has.
Yeah, I want to let me not instead of organ, let me say body part. I think that's
body
more,
part. Yeah,
because it's and I'll look at that. It's something you can see, so it's not something internal.
I gotta think. And you didn't guess it.
No, I didn't.
Has
is Tom Fleming here? See if he'll guess it.
God. What body part do we have that no other animal has?
And then the majority of the article was to try to figure out why we have it, and that was actually part of the interesting aspect to it.
I don't know.
It doesn't seem to be an evolutionary reason why we would have it. There must be one, but or it could be not necessarily. Sometimes you have something that was at once part of some
belly
other
button. Is it a belly button?
No.
I'm
No.
looking at the chat because I can't figure it out.
So what happens to primates in the wild who don't have the umbilical cord severed like and tied off in the same way
The
humans
mothers
do?
might bite it off.
And so then what does it look like? It's not a belly button, is it? I mean, belly button's a good answer, but except that's a cultural thing too.
I thought that was a really good answer.
Because like human beings 150,000 years ago, Homo sapiens, would they have had belly buttons? I guess is my question.
I don't know. So what was it?
Tom, I'll give Tom one clue. No, it's not an appendix because it's external. It's something you can see.
I'm looking at my body.
People are getting closer. We'll see if somebody gets it.
Fingernails. That's a good guess.
I would say eyebrows is the closest yet.
Oh, so maybe something on the face.
Good. Yeah, you're following my thinking. Yeah.
Lips? Not lips.
No, but that's I mean, do apes have lips?
Yeah, I think
they must. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. You got. That's what you got.
So.
What do apes have? Eyelashes? No, cats have eyelashes. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've got to go look at my kitten. Yeah, they do.
Arm hair.
Maybe they don't. I know, arm hair. No, that monkeys have arm hair.
Cheekbones is getting closer. You're getting warm. You're getting about as warm. Oh yeah, you're getting about as warm as you can get with cheekbones, without being. So I guess I won't. Yes, Starry Night got it. It's the chin. It's the chin. I was just about to give it away, and Starry Night swooped in with the answer. But yeah, it's the chin, and they don't really know why. Does the chin give some evolutionary advantage? Is it some holdover? But to me, I have a reason why I think it is. Well, actually, what do you guys think? Why? Do you have any ideas, Margaret?
Hold on one second. Hold that thought. I'm gonna go. One second. Can you hold that thought?
Yeah. Well, it's not really school stuff, Francesca. It's more just kind of interesting. Right, Kelly, it's the chin. So why do you guys think? And in the article, they didn't really have a good. They speculated on a bunch of theories why, but they didn't really have a good explanation. And so I kind of have my own explanation, but I want to see. I'm going to wait though and see what you guys think.
Can you make us big? This kitten is named this is a Tinker. Sorry. That looks like a chin. What's that? A chin right there.
Yeah, but what if you shaved it? Would there be a chin there?
Poor Tinker.
And I'm not suggesting you do.
Right there, it looks like a little chinny chin. That's why I'm curious.
One of our dogs got recently shaved, and that breed normally doesn't have a shaved face. And wow, it changed. Even though he's 13 years old, it actually changed his personality. It's really weird. He's much more needy now. I don't know if he feels more vulnerable on one of our dogs.
Oh.
His hair had been too matted, so he was shaved. Not shaved, but trimmed down to the bare fur. So you don't see the skin. I shouldn't say shaved. Well, shaved, but not shaved down to the bare skin.
We do have a prominent chin.
Yes, and I guess really,
hey, if you guys are out to dinner with friends, this is a fun dinner conversation, right?
Oh my God, either that or we're boring dates. But so my thinking is on the chin. Or should I say it, or do you want to attempt a theory first?
I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so when you think about it, animals are not expressive in the way that humans are in their face. And primates like monkeys become a little more expressive, but they're still not very expressive. We have a lot of muscles. I forget the number in the face, and that is there for communication purposes. And communication between facial communication precedes language by probably hundreds of thousands of years. So I think that just the chin helps kind of frame this two-dimensional face. I'm using a bad face as an example, but
it does.
I think the chin being there helps create that overall. Think of like facial recognition software, right? Like you're creating that fuller image. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does make sense. I mean, we do have quite a bit of expression compared to the rest of the animals, right? I think.
Kelly Roberts says she's heard of many vets speak of that. They say they do feel insecure and vulnerable when they're shaved. Oh, so she's thinking of my dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
It's hard to know why, because dogs can't look in the mirror. So how do they even know,
I know.
It is interesting to think about what goes on in the minds of animals because it's so alien to ours. It's,
I know. Yeah, like in for example, cats. Like, what is the memory? Is it short-term memory? I mean, the one kitten was away in the hospital for a few days. The others didn't even seem to notice she was gone. It's very interesting.
Right.
I don't think they remember their mothers.
I think totally agrees with my theory, unless she was talking to someone else.
Chin to support the jaw. Well, sharks have big jaws. Do they need?
Yeah. Do you want to call that a chin? That's kind of a chin, right? Show suggestion megalithic stone mysteries. I used to follow all that stuff when I was younger. The Graham Hancock's book. I can't think of the name of it now.
So I'm really excited, by the way. I loved studying ancient history back in the day, since I was a kid. I loved it. So I was always fascinated with Egypt and King Tut's tomb and, the pyramids, of course. So I'm finally going in April.
You're going to Egypt?
I'm going to Egypt in April. I'm really excited. Wow. So what I should do is I should figure out some way I don't know. Well, maybe we could figure it out. I can try to remotely go on the show and say, "Oh, this is really cool." You know, I don't know. We'll figure it
Yeah,
out.
that would be
We
very
have a
cool.
long
We should
time to
figure
figure it out. Yeah.
and fingerprint of the gods. Yes, thank you, Tom.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you could, and if we'll do it as long as you can, like you'll be able to do it as long as you can get a Wi-Fi signal you'll be able to do it for free. You know, you won't have to pay for any
Yeah.
signaling.
Yeah. So we'll figure it out. Like, yeah.
Like maybe using WhatsApp, something I haven't used, but I know people use a
Yeah, I
lot when
have
they're
it.
trying to.
I have
Yeah.
WhatsApp. Yeah. Anyway, it's just, you know, I think it's neat. It's interesting to do different things on YouTube. As
Do
long
they
as
let you climb the? Do they let Americans climb the pyramids now? Like if you go as on one of those tourist things?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know.
I
want
think
to
they
ride
used to,
a
and maybe they
camel.
don't now. Ride a camel.
I definitely want to do that. So I just think that part of the world is really, really interesting. So I'm looking forward to that. It's not for a while, so we can figure it out.
Zeke says, "Is there anything else worth watching regarding this case, or has it simply been a news report trial type of case?" Well, there are interesting legal issues, Zeke, that really come up because you have no body, and you have the defendant early, right as the jury was being selected. The defendant actually pled guilty to disposing of the body, which included dismembering the body, and so. Very interesting there. Like, he's charged with first degree murder, but we don't really know what happened to the body. And then during the opening or how she was killed. So then during the opening statements, his lawyer said that what he's going to argue, and it sounds like he's probably going to take the stand, is he's going to argue that he woke up and his wife was dead in bed next to him. And for some reason he panicked.
Yeah.
So
And then he put her up after. So I think it's very interesting. It's not your run of the mill case, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think what's happening is people are comparing this to Karen Reed, which you know, you can't really compare. If there had been no Karen Reed trial, I think this would have been pretty interesting. Like, you know, in the scheme of
Well, Zeke is certainly not. Zeke, I lost Zeke during the Karen Reed trial. He had no interest in that case.
He got tired of that. Yeah.
I think when Zeke first started following me was when I was covering the Delphi murders and before they arrested Richard Allen or had him as a suspect. So I think maybe Zeke likes the cases where you're the unsolved cases. Like we've.
Yeah. So what things would you guys like us to cover in the true crime world going forward? So after this trial, what are you guys interested in hearing? And we can always, you know, we can do a live show on it. We can, you know, I like ideas for topics. And maybe if you can think about it over the weekend, you guys, and then come back and we'll write it down and we'll discuss it on the side. That'd be kind of cool.
I think a lot of people, like I always preferred the unsolved cases too, but then as I started looking into it, the problem is most unsolved cases, there's very little information on. So you really don't have a lot of clues. Like if you're playing the game of Clue, you don't have a lot of clues to go by. And if you're doing YouTube shows, you don't have a lot to report or to base your speculations on. So it's very difficult.
Yeah. There might be a creative way to cover those, like if we covered them as a conglomeration and always had a chart going on the various unsolved murders that we're following or something. And
Yeah, there's got to be some way, and
Mhm.
that's why I'm fooling around with the idea of doing the news, and you can attach that to the end of the show or something. But the other reason that I thought about doing something like that, and again, and I'm not sure I'll stick with it, but is that you ask yourself, the people that come to your channel, what do they come for? And so in my case, you're different because you're a former prosecutor, former college professor. But in my case, they're not coming because of some expertise I have, based on my past professional. I think what they're coming for is because the simple fact that I will tell the truth and I will seek the truth and I will try to tell the truth, and that's it. And I think maybe even someone could appreciate that with talking about the day's events or the news,
Oh yeah. But I think you are very smart when it comes to trials because you've been following the Karen Reed case, so you've educated yourself to quite an extent on how the justice system works and how trials work and evidence goes in and all that. So you're selling yourself short there, Kevin, for sure.
But there are plenty of other channels that have lawyers on it that are doing it, that are run by lawyers. So, you know, the law tubers.
Yeah,
So,
but you know, it's like there's a lot of people to go around in
right.
true crime. So
Right.
yes,
There's so many,
they have to
one of the,
start somewhere.
and one of the common things on the internet, whatever the topic is, whether it's true crime or something else, is people that don't want to tell you, they're trying to mystify everything to try to exploit the juicy, the mysterious. And I get that because I'm the same way. I'm more likely to click on something mysterious too. And when I first started exploring YouTubing, I was open to doing things like that. But the way it evolved because of Karen Reed and and Delphi and some other things, I think people, that's not what they come to my channel for. So,
Right. So by the way, Toll 13, I can't read, but anyway, the Gilgo Beach, I've been following that, and I've done some videos on that as well on my channel. So that's going to be a big trial that we will follow.
When's that trial?
It's not for at least it's a while away. I would say, I don't think they have a trial date. I would say, I mean, there's so many victims in that case. What, a year maybe? What do you guys think? Any idea of when?
And that's in Long Island. And so New York, do you know if they have cameras in the courtrooms in New York? You're from New York, so you might know.
Oh yeah, no. So if it's a federal case, there's no cameras, but well, it's up to the various, the courtroom, but I think that they should have cameras in the courtroom for that one. I hope so, because it's kind of hard to follow a trial if there's no cameras in the courtroom. That's a good question.
So Zeke must have been a tour guide at one point. But he says, I'm sure it's changed from decades ago, but we used to give blondes in our team special travel. Oh, I'm sorry. Special travel warning.
Yeah.
So I got it wrong. Details for Egypt. So Margaret, so it could be worth checking with your respective travel safe sources. Blondes.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea.
Because you can't blend in as well. You'll stand out as American or European.
Yeah, I'm going fishing in the Red Sea too. Can't wait.
And I don't know if there's a particular hatred for blondes. I've never heard of that. Now, for instance, in World War II, during the Bataan Death March, when the Japanese were marching the American soldiers, they would stop redheaded American soldiers in the line and behead them.
Oh, I wonder why.
They didn't like redheads.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Awful. That's terrible. Isn't that awful? Jeez. Well, what do you say? Should we wrap it up?
Sure thing. Unless anybody's got another question, I gotta hit.
Yeah. What do you think?
I
Any other questions?
I gotta hit my charger. It's on fumes.
Yeah.
Liz is blonde too. Hero says poor gingers. Yes, I guess there's certain people that have a fear of gingers. I'm not one of them, but so Phyllis Daniel says that she lives on Long Island and she read there will not be cameras.
Oh shoot. That's too bad because there's no way I can go and watch the whole trial. Really? There's not going to be cameras? That's too bad.
No, in that trial, I did some shows on it too, but it's been a while. Is there any doubt about the evidence? How compelling is the evidence?
The evidence is quite compelling from what I've read.
I read a couple of magazine articles on it, like maybe a couple of weeks after the arrests, and it seemed like it. But yeah.
Well, we can still follow. Even we can still follow the case. We can get trial updates and then talk about it. We're just not going to be able to stream it all day.
Right. What other trials do we have? Do we have any trials coming up that we might be interested in streaming? I don't know, the Turtle Boy trial or.
Well, I want to film the Matthew Nilo case. That's always fascinated me, and I don't think a trial date has been set
Which
for
case is
but-
that? I don't think I know. Do you repeat that again? Because I don't think I know it.
So Matthew Nilo is the allegedly a serial rapist who is so basically when he was in college, he came back to the Boston area, and there were at least 7 women that were raped, and it was unsolved for years. And so then he went on and became a lawyer in New York City, and he's probably married now. I think he is married to this beautiful woman.
Yeah.
And then they got him through ancestral DNA matches. And so there are a number of victims in that case. And I think it would be a very interesting trial. He's a good looking guy, and he's fighting it, and she's standing by him. So there will be cameras in that courtroom. It's a Suffolk County courtroom, so it's Boston. So I don't know if the channels will carry it, but I think it'll be a really good case to follow, a very interesting case to follow for sure.
Hero says the New Bedford highway killer has never been found, but I actually had a guest on my channel a couple of times. His name is Aaron. I forget his last name. Very intelligent guy who has put together a documentary on that, and he really kind of feels very confident that he knows who did it. And his hesitation about the documentary, and this is a really smart guy. His hesitation about, was the guy still alive? He has very compelling evidence and a very compelling, and the guy that is his suspect doesn't live in this country anymore. He lives over, I believe, in the Azores.
Oh wow. Who we probably have extradition with, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that'll be Spain, right?
I'll have to dye my hair. Luigi Mangione, of course, but Luigi Mangione is going to be in federal court.
Yeah, and there's no cameras in federal court.
No, but there are state charges too, I think, in that one. So I don't know. Maybe. Well, then that's New York again. Stupid New York. So I would still follow it. So I'm going to do. By the way, I started a short on Luigi Mangione and what's going on this week. I started it and I just didn't finish it. So I will put that up on my channel maybe tonight if I get to it, or definitely tomorrow. But I will be producing shorts because I find that whole search and seizure very, very interesting, and the hearing that's going on. So I will, if you do you're interested in Luigi Mangione, I will put some shorts up on that one. Yep. And I like the shorts. Do you do shorts anymore?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I can go back to it. I'm not.
I like it. It's not that hard.
It's not that it's that hard, but I don't love video editing because it's just tedious to me. It's not
a short. A short is so short I think can be edited. Well, I mean, it still takes some time. But what I like about the short, you go up on YouTube and YouTube will let you add music to it.
Right.
Even popular.
You can put it on TikTok and things like that. So I have put them up. I have used, in fact, with StreamYard, you can use their software to make shorts from like today for what we're doing right now. You can have it cut into shorts.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah. Off of this channel, I'm going to talk to you about that because, but if you did it, if you ran the stream, then I wouldn't be able to do it. Right.
Yeah, right. If it was off my StreamYard, I would have to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. You would still be able to do it. I think off YouTube has a way of doing it though too. So, but it's also easy for me to do it for it if you want, or send you a copy of whatever you wanted. Because I can just download the StreamYard and send it to you. All right, I'll just give you my password and you can go.
Yeah, we should give each other. You know what? I was thinking of that last night, Kevin, because I had to have my daughter shut down the stream because I had to leave. So we should do that. So you could get into mine and shut down my stream too. Yeah.
Irene said hi. So I'm just saying hi back. Hi, Irene. And Monday. So do you want to create, do you want to do this? Do you want to host from your channel next Monday, Wednesday, and Friday?
Sure.
Monday, I have
Wait a minute. Okay.
Go ahead.
Wednesday may be up in the air as far as hosting, so we'll talk about that. But I can do Monday.
Okay, yeah, and I can do Wednesday. I'm just the only day. Monday, I have a doctor's appointment at 9, and
I got you covered, Kevin.
So I'll be briefly gone, but it'll still be on my channel, and that's if you'll be hosting it, and
Yeah.
Jen should be back home by then, so probably Jen will be on. And
Yeah. That'd be great. I'm happy to do that. I'll be around.
what's
I
Jennifer
got nothing else
Fairgate
to do
case?
Monday.
Do you know the Jennifer Fairgate case? And apparently it's on Unsolved
No, but I'll look it up.
Mysteries. So is that the woman in Texas? I'm trying to think of the woman in Texas that was
Remind us what that is.
taken from like a church compound or something, or
I guess I could Google it. Oh, I don't have my phone.
Yeah.
Do you ever lose your phone in your house? I lost. I'm going back and forth from the living room and covering this, and my phone is somewhere I lost it in the house.
Thank you, Dixie Doodles. I think Dixie is Dixie Margaret's moderator. I mean, sorry, Jen's moderator.
I don't know.
I believe so. She's got the wrench. So Dixie Doodles, thank you for all your work, and you guys do a great job. So
Yeah.
Joe and Tom and Dixie.
Thank you. All right.
And were you able to search that?
No, because I lost my phone somewhere in the house.
Yeah. She said it's the death in Oslo case. All right, so now I'm not sure what it is. I only have the one
that
here,
sounds
so I can't
familiar.
really-
So I'll look it
Yeah.
up, and then that could be a great one. I enjoy covering these cases.
Yeah, let me type it into.
I suppose I could have used my Google function on here, but oh well.
And I'm going to use the Copilot. I just typed in death in Oslo. Let's see. There was victim Tamina Nibras Juhar, a 34-year-old Ethiopian woman working at a youth welfare housing facility. Is that the one? Suspect in German citizen.
Type in
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it. Historical case, 1995. Jennifer Fairgate, an unidentified woman who checked into Oslo's Plaza Hotel under the alias Jennifer Fairgate, under the alias Jennifer Fairgate, found dead in a room with a gunshot wound to the head and a pistol in her hand. Authorities classified it as a suicide, but her true identity remains unknown. Those are always interesting, those ones where the true identity remains unknown and someone has passed some kind of a fake identification. Mystery
really
ID, no ID. So she entered into the hotel with that name, but had no ID. No credit card, and suspicious circumstances such as failed international calls. So those are all the elements for the conspiracy stuff, right? And unused betting for a supposed companion. The case has fueled conspiracy theories and documentaries for decades, remaining one of Oslo's most famous unsolved mysteries.
Okay, I would cover that. That sounds interesting to me.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Absolutely.
Let's have some fun with that one. Great idea. Thanks for the suggestion. Now we got to write it down so we don't forget.
And Maui had chimed in that it was 1995, so she's familiar with it too.
Oh, good. All right.
Some of these guys are like an encyclopedia of true crime, so they know.
I know
all
they
the
are.
major cases.
I know they are. That's great.
Yeah, so let's write that down somewhere.
Remember the time you wrote something down in your computer? What was it?
I always write. I have these.
You lost it.
I lose a lot of stuff. Yeah.
And I don't have a pen. Oh, I have a pen.
Jennifer
All right.
Fairgate. All right.
I'm gonna write it down. But then we're gonna lose the envelope if we write it down. Jen.
And it should be such an easy name to remember too. But.
We're not gonna remember. Fairgate. Okay, and that's Oslo. Okay. I got it.
All right, we both got it, and hopefully between both of us, it'll not get lost. Sorry, my TV popped on.
That's okay. All right. Well, I've got to clean this house. I've got so many chores and outside, indoor, outdoor.
Okay.
But
Well, thank you as always.
I'll talk to you, I'm sure, today.
Thank you to your audience, and for anybody else's audience, go give Margaret a subscribe at Margaret McLean. It's a Crime Media. It's Crime Media.
It's a Crime with Margaret McLean, and then it's a Crime Media. Yeah. I know. I whatever. It's kind of you'll find it. hopefully.
I think if we're going to, one of the things if we go into news is we want to be here for big breaking news kind of thing. So if something really big happens this weekend, we'll jump in. But otherwise, you will see us Monday morning. I will pop on at the beginning, so around 8:30 or 8:45, and then I will get out, go to my doctor's appointment, and come back. And you'll have Margaret and hopefully Jen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you very much,
Thank you
Margaret. And
very much, everyone.
everybody else, have a good night. Have a good weekend.
Yeah. Have a great weekend. Enjoy.